God bless America and love New York.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Do you want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launchpad. This is your moment.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Taking the Profiteering Out of Pain, a speech from Director of the National Institute of Health, and Acting Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Jay Bhattacharya.
Hey everybody, that was a tough act to follow. What an amazing speaker. But I want to tell you a great story about how we can make America healthy again. And I'm going to begin with a perspective from 1944 that still challenges us today. There was a man named Vannevar Bush. He wrote a book called The Endless Frontier that warned that the scientific progress in the United States was becoming unevenly distributed. Too much research capacity, argued, was concentrated in a small number of institutions. He called on the federal government not just to invest in science, but to build a system that expanded opportunity across the country. And for 80 years, we've answered that call with extraordinary commitment. I've been now to the great scientific institutions of the country, and I've seen American scientists just devoted to the cause of discoveries that will make America healthy again. And the US has built the most advanced biomedical enterprise in the world. And it's anchored by an institution that I lead called the National Institutes of Health. We are, in the United States, the global leader in biomedical research. The NIH supports 80% of all biomedical research conducted around the world. And with that leadership comes responsibility. If the US steps back from leadership in biomedical research, emerging technologies, and global health, we risk ceding that leadership to others, particularly China, whose governing values, ethical frameworks, and strategic priorities differ from ours. I'm telling you today that we are at a Sputnik moment. The Chinese biomedical research enterprise is challenging American supremacy. You heard earlier in this conference from others who have told you about how the Chinese have taken big advances in their biomedical research enterprise. Many Americans receive their medicines from factories that are in China. The newest therapies for cancer, genetic diseases, they use Chinese manufacturing and expertise, even though the underlying ideas were created by American scientists and funded by American taxpayers. Boo, yes. Leadership in science, then, is not just about innovation. It shapes the standards for transparency, for data use, the very protection of human subjects, and global access. But the good news is, under President Trump's leadership, the NIH will continue to see US standards set for the entire globe so that we can protect human subjects while making America healthy. We have to make sure that the work we do here in the United States sets the standards for the world, grounded in openness, scientific integrity, and respect for human dignity and human rights, rather than allowing them to be defined elsewhere. Thank you. In 2025, the NIH invested almost $50 billion in biomedical research. And I'll tell you, it's no longer Tony Fauci's NIH. That investment has led to discoveries that has transformed medicine and saved millions of lives. The NIH-supported research has turned HIV into a manageable condition and is enabling gene therapies that can cure sickle cell anemia, improve cancer treatments and outcomes, prevent and treat heart disease and rare disorders. We are on the verge of a century where American biomedical leadership and American investments in science will pay off in making the lives of every single American better. I'll tell you, as NIH leaders, it's not just an abstract thing. I've seen how, for instance, baby KJ, a toddler born with a rare genetic condition that would once have been a death sentence, I've seen how NIH-funded research has led to a discovery by American scientists to replace the genes that were making him sick and then correct the underlying defect so that he will live a long and healthy life. That is what biomedical leadership looks like. It's delivering health for the American people, and that is what President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are all about. Today, we face a new challenge, and it's not just how much we invest, and it's not just China. It's how we translate the investment that we make, that the American people make in research, to better health for the American people. Because despite all our scientific progress, I know that we are in the middle of a chronic disease crisis, that medicine costs far too much, and the advances that we've made have not translated over for the benefit of the American people the way they really should. Rates of cancer, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's disease, and other conditions continue to rise. And these diseases account for the vast majority of healthcare costs in the United States. The way to solve the budget deficit is by making America healthy again. So if we're serious about the future of this country, we must confront the reality directly. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are spot on again. That means we must build a biomedical innovation research enterprise that moves faster, reaches further, and delivers real results for patients. It means we must hold ourselves to the highest standards of scientific rigor in everything we do. Today, I want to talk to you about how we can do that through two complementary strategies. First, by introducing a more market-based approach to how we support scientific research. And then second, and this sounds geeky, but it is really, really important, how we can take existing drugs and find new ways to use them so that we can solve some of the most difficult health problems of Americans. Let me start by talking about how we can fund science. Currently, the NIH funds science by blending together two components. One is support for scientific ideas for research projects themselves. The other is support for the research labs of the country, often referred to as indirect costs. Includes administrative systems, shared research support. Over time, what's happened is that this structure has created a reinforcing cycle where as an institution attracts top scientists, they win more grants, and then that also brings support for the institution. What that's led to is a concentration where only 20 of our top institutions get about a third of all NIH money. And it's bad for science, and it's bad for the country. There are scientists, amazing scientists with ideas that will make Americans healthier everywhere across the country. And we have to find ways to make sure that they get supported. I've worked very hard over the last year to make sure that we remove DEI from the NIH. We remove. And I'll tell you, what I've found is that American scientists want to make America healthy as long as they are given the opportunities to do so. So the idea then is to directly tie the research grants to the country. They'll compete for those grants. And we introduce competition for those in a way that hasn't been there before. And for the research institutions of the country, for the lab support, the administrative services, we need to make them market-based competition. They need to be competition based on costs. If you separate out the competition for the awards, the research scientists, we go identify the scientists and fund those great ideas, and then the institutions compete for the institutional funds, and then we essentially create a portal where the scientists themselves lead the way rather than any woke institution. By introducing science, by competition to this country, we will supercharge the biomedical research infrastructure of the country and focus it on the most important challenges in medicine. The awards then will be transparent and really ground shaping. Now, let me move on my second theme, which is repurposing drugs. Taking drugs that already exist, because that is how we actually can address some of the high costs of medicine in this country. Let me give you a couple examples. Now, drug repurposing, I should say, is a straightforward concept. We take an existing FDA-approved drug, investigate whether it treats a different disease. Then, the FDA can consider approving an additional indication for marketing authorization for that product. Examples of this are already reshaping American medicine. A drug for type 2 diabetes called metformin is now widely used to treat polycystic ovary syndrome. It's a cheap drug that can make the lives of so many women better. A drug once prescribed for morning sickness, thalidomide, and actually caused a huge scandal when it was used for the wrong thing, is now used as an important therapy for blood cancers like multiple myeloma. Even a common beta blocker for hypertension called propranolol can act as a safer replacement for toxic treatments for kids with vascular tumors. Huge problems can be addressed with medicines we just already have, if only we had the research to actually figure out what they can be used for. Developing a drug from scratch takes decades and can cost billions of dollars. It's a high-risk process with significant risk of failure. Repurposing changes that equation. The drugs have already passed safety evaluations. Their biology is understood. Manufacturing pathways already exist. That means we can move faster. We can reduce the risk, and we can deliver gold standard scientific results more efficiently. From this perspective, stewardship is essential. Many FDA products are built on decades of NIH-supported research. The molecular targets, the biological pathways, all the geeky things that the scientists at the NIH do, that's the basis for all of these ideas. We then can repurpose the drug, extend the value of that investment, and maximize the return for taxpayer dollars. And we can accelerate the delivery of therapies for patients who really need them. This is especially important for something that Secretary Kennedy always talks about, the chronic disease crisis in this country. These conditions often require long-term management and impose significant sustained costs affecting millions of Americans. Faster therapeutic development then can have an immediate impact, not just on public health, but can actually help solve the budget deficit. Drug repurposing then serves as a critical role in areas where traditional market incentives fall short, such as rare diseases. By lowering costs, it creates a viable pathway for innovation where none might otherwise exist. And we're already seeing promising examples. Researchers are investigating whether a shingles vaccine, a vaccine that I took a while ago, might actually reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease. Cancer medications are becoming explored as potential treatments for macular degeneration. You can cure blindness by a drug that already works for cancer. The efforts are grounded in scientific rigor, supported by existing data, and accelerated by the ability to move more quickly into advanced clinical trials. Now let's consider the power of combining the two approaches: market-based competition for funds for research, along with the use of repurposed drugs. What we'll come up with then is a system where scientists have the flexibility to pursue the best environments for their work, where a research portfolio prioritizes strategies that delivers faster, more reliable, more affordable outcomes for the American people. That is a system designed to confront the chronic disease epidemic head on and meet the challenge of the Chinese biomedical research enterprise that I mentioned earlier. So, none of this replaces the importance of foundational science. Discovery research remains essential. It's the engine that drives long-term innovation. But we must pair that engine with systems that ensure that we are translating the discovery as effectively as possible. We must make sure that the investments reflect not only excellence and responsibility, but also the values of the American people. We can't do it the way China does it, with the risk to human subjects and the violation of rights that they have. We have to do this the American way, with respect for human subjects and respect for the values of the American people. And the patients of this country, we have a responsibility to them They're waiting for better treatments. And we have a responsibility to future generations to take the American taxpayer investments in the NIH and deliver solutions that will last forever and address the most challenging problems of this country. So if we embrace market competition, we will win the race to be the leading nation in biomedical research in the 21st century, which is a central goal of the president, and we will do it the American way. 80 years ago, Vannevar Bush challenged us to build a scientific enterprise that served the entire country. We today have an opportunity to strengthen that system for a new era by embracing market-based approaches, by advancing drug repurposing, and are committing ourselves to scientific rigor, getting rid of DEI and all the other nonsense. I'm telling you that we will rise to the challenge before us. You remember what President Trump and Secretary Kennedy is leading us toward, to make America great again. And to do that, we must make America healthy again. And thank you so much for your consideration. All right, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the great state of Texas, United States Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless Texas. And God bless President Donald J. Trump. In the last 15 months, we have won historic victories across the nation. As we gather today on the occasion of our nation's 250th birthday, I want to take a moment to reflect on who we are and what we believe. You know, there was a moment last year where the clarity of what we believe was crystal clear. We had a Senate Foreign Relations Committee hearing. President Trump had nominated an individual to serve in the State Department. I came into the questioning just as Democrat Senator Tim Kaine, not a crowd favorite, was questioning him. And this Trump nominee had said in his written testimony that he viewed his obligation as defending the God-given rights of Americans. And Tim Kaine responded and said, that, the idea that our rights come from God and not government, he said, is a radical and revolutionary idea. He said that's the kind of idea that theocrats in nations like Iran believe. And in America, he said, we don't believe our rights come from God. Now, I got to admit, I had a whole set of questions that I was prepared to ask. And I promptly threw them aside. I was speaking shortly thereafter, and I said, you know, just minutes ago, Senator Kaine said the idea that our rights come from God was a radical and revolutionary idea. He's right. It also happens to be the founding principle upon which our nation was created. And I said to the folks listening and watching, if you don't believe me, maybe you would believe another Virginian who penned the immortal words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator, not by government, not by the DNC, but by God Almighty, with certain inalienable rights." And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Jefferson continues that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and are just with the consent of the governed. To secure. Who are we as a nation? Our rights, they're not given to us by any federal official. They're not given to us by any state. They are given to us by the Lord God Almighty. Who are we and what do we believe as conservatives? We believe that the United States of America is the greatest nation the world has ever seen. We believe that freedom is powerful and liberating and is a fundamental right of every human being. We believe that the American free enterprise system is the greatest engine for freedom and prosperity the world has ever seen. And we believe in American strength and leadership, that America is, as Ronald Reagan put it, a shining city on a hill. Now let's talk about those principles put into action. We have three core priorities to focus on in any given election or in any given governmental action: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's take those one at a time. Let's start with jobs. The Republican Party is and should be, I believe, the party of jobs. Now, where do jobs come from? They don't come from Washington, D.C. They don't come from bureaucrats. They come from the men and women here. They come from small businesses putting capital at risk to meet a need. But although government doesn't create jobs, boy, can it screw them up. Many times, I have suggested that Gavin Newsom should be named the Texas Realtor of the Year. Because nobody in history has sold more homes in the state of Texas than Gavin Newsom. And by the way, Comrade Mondami is the Florida Realtor of the Year. If you look across the country, it is not subtle. Big blue states with high taxes and high regulations that hammer the living daylights out of small businesses, every one of them, their populations are fleeing, and they are fleeing to red states with low taxes and low regulations where small businesses can grow and prosper. And yet, what did today's liberals say? They say, let's make America more like California and New York. Let's have high taxes and high spending and high debts. And I want to say, within the conservative movement, the question of what do we believe is important as well. In many ways, the most important political shift of the last decade is the Republican Party has become a blue-collar party. It used to be conventional wisdom that Republicans are the party of the rich and Democrats are the party of the poor and working class. I'm not sure that was ever the case, but it sure as heck isn't the case now. Today, the Republican Party is the party of truck drivers and steel workers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and the men and women with calluses on their hands who go to work every day and provide for their families. And the Democrat Party is the party of rich coastal elites, effete leftists sipping soy lattes with their pinkies in the air. And I will say within our movement, there is also a debate about whether we believe in small government and limited governmental power and individual liberty, or whether we believe in big government and high taxes and a nanny state. Let me be clear, some in our party who call themselves populists, I agree with them. I am very much a populist. You look at every election I've ever run. When I launched my campaign for Senate 14 years ago with a lot of the men and women in this room, nobody thought we had a prayer. We started at 2%, and there are a lot of the original 2%ers who are gathered here right now. And all of the money and special interest was on the other side. But this was a populist revolution in Texas, and we went from 2% to winning the primary by 14 points and winning the general by 16 points and shocking the hell out of Washington. But the people who are urging our party the way to be populist is to embrace high taxes and high regulation and government power. The people who say we're conservatives, but we're big government conservatives. I'm here to tell you, you're not being a populist if you're advocating for the policies of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. A lot of the folks here were here on the ground also at the founding of Turning Point USA. We remember a t-shirt and a slogan, socialism sucks. That was true then, and it is true now. And as the son of a Cuban refugee who was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba, communism is evil and socialism is a disaster. And let me say, in terms of our record of success, last summer we passed the Working Families Tax Cut Act. That bill has more conservative victories in it than any legislation that has ever passed into law. We invested over $100 billion into securing the border, the largest investment in border security in the history of America. We invested over $150 billion in rebuilding the military because we live in a dangerous world. We passed the largest tax cut in American history, over $4 trillion. We made the Trump tax cuts permanent. And we passed new tax cuts, including no tax on tips, which I'm the author of. I wrote No Tax on Tips. And no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. That's what it means to be a populist, to empower people to take government off their backs and stop taxing their tips and their overtime and their Social Security and let them provide for their families. And I will tell you, in that bill, there are two provisions that I'm most proud of. You know, in April of last year, we did a retreat of all the Senate Republicans. And I stood up in front of my colleagues. I said, listen, there are lots of things that are really important in this bill that we care about. Border security, tax cuts, the military, all of that, very, very important. But I said we ought to pause for at least a second and ask ourselves, think about legacy. Ask ourselves what will be remembered from this bill in 10, 20, 30 years. And I said, if I can, I'd like to humbly suggest two possibilities. Number one, school choice. And number two, what are now called the Trump accounts. Both of those provisions are in the bill, and both of those provisions I wrote into law. School choice, we passed the single most far-reaching federal school choice bill that has ever been enacted that is going to unleash tens of billions of dollars of scholarships to low-income kids, to kids in failing schools all across America. And 10, 20, 30 years from now, there are going to be millions of kids that escaped failing schools where they weren't learning to read, they weren't learning to write, they were facing violence, and instead they got an education and they have a chance to achieve the American dream. That's what it means to deliver real results that impacts this country. And then the Trump accounts. Starting on July 4th of this year, our nation's 250th birthday, every child in America will have a personal investment account open for them. Newborn children will have it seeded with $1,000. Parents, families, employers can contribute up to $5,000 each year in a tax-advantaged account. And all of that will be invested in the stock market, the S&P 500. Now, there are two massive advantages to that. Number one, every child in America is going to experience the benefits of compound growth. Look, a lot of the people here understand what compound growth is all about, but nearly half of Americans don't own a single stock or a single bond. And our kids now, if they're investing, if parents or family or employers are investing $5,000 a year, within just a couple of decades, our kids will have hundreds of thousands of dollars in personal investment accounts that they own and they control. And we're not talking just the kids of rich people. We're talking the kids of single moms waiting tables who suddenly their babies will have the resources to buy a home, to get an education, to start a business. But secondly, even more exciting, we are going to create a whole new generation of capitalists. Listen, every one of us has seen the sorry statistics of young people who are losing faith in free enterprise, who think that socialism may be a good idea. Well, 10 years from now, a little boy is going to pull out his cell phone and he's going to look at the app of his Trump account. And he's going to say, wait a second, I own $100 of Apple. I own $50 of Boeing or $75 of McDonald's. And suddenly, instead of corporations being these mean, evil things that he's told he should throw bricks at and want to burn down, he's got skin in the game. And our children will be the owners of the largest employers in America. That's what winning as a conservative looks like. All right, let's talk freedom. You look at the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Thomas Jefferson referred to our Constitution as chains to bind the mischief of government. Many of y'all know my father, Pastor Rafael Cruz. He has referred many times to the Constitution and Bill of Rights as the most inspired documents ever written by the hand of man, other than the Bible, the most consequential documents in the history of humanity. Every one of us has an obligation to defend free speech. And to defend free speech, not just for those who agree with us, but those who disagree with us. Everyone, I will defend the rights of people who think I'm a son of a bitch to say I'm a son of a bitch. Because that's what free speech is all about. When it comes to religious liberty, there is a reason religious liberty is the very first clause in the very first amendment to the Bill of Rights, because our entire freedom is built upon the right to seek out the Lord God Almighty with all your heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way. And the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms, there's a reason it is right after the first. Because it is fundamentally about the right to life, the right to protect your children, to protect your family. It is fundamentally about ensuring that sovereignty remains with we the people and not with the government. And then there's security. Under Joe Biden, we saw an invasion of this nation. More than 12 million illegal immigrants came into this country, the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. And the people in 2024 said, enough, end it, and end it now. And when President Trump was sworn into office, illegal border crossings have dropped more than 99%. So what does that mean? Why does that matter? All across the country, the murder rate has dropped 20%. The rate of drug overdose deaths has dropped 20%. It is literally the case that there are thousands of Americans who are alive right now today because President Trump was reelected and because we have a Republican Senate and Republican House and we've secured the border and we're deporting illegal immigrants and murderers and gangbangers and child rapists and getting them the hell out of our country. And to give you a sense of just how radical and extreme the Democrat Party has been, we just saw this week that it is the position of the Democrats that every single one of them refuses to pay even a penny to fund ICE to deport criminals. The Democrat Party today is a party of hatred of Donald Trump and open borders. And by the way, if you want to know who they are, listen to Chris Murphy, the lefty Democrat senator, who said on television, he said, the people who we care about the most, and by we, he meant Democrats, are illegal immigrants. That is their party. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Even though every Democrat is a hard no on funding border security, we are going to come back, we are going to take up another reconciliation bill, and we are going to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 10 years. And the consequence of Elizabeth Warren and the rest of these commies is we're going to increase the funding for ICE and Border Patrol when we do that. Because if they will not defend the citizens of this nation, we will. And let me say right now, we also should stand together right now and pass the Save America Act. We need to force every Democrat to do a talking filibuster, to stand and talk and talk and talk like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, like I did in 2013 for 21 hours against Obamacare. And when they talk and talk and talk and can't talk anymore, then we will pass the Save America Act. And let me say, looking abroad when it comes to security, we have seen the difference between a weak commander-in-chief and a strong commander-in-chief. Joe Biden came into office in 2021. He inherited a world with peace and prosperity. And he was weak and feckless. And what happened? We saw war break out all over the globe. We saw Russia invade Ukraine. And we saw October 7th as Hamas invaded Gaza. Tragically, they do. And that is the consequence. The reason for those wars is because Joe Biden was so weak that our enemies were not afraid of him. The left believes the way you avoid war is through weakness. There is a reason that nobody goes and studies and gets a degree at the Neville Chamberlain School of Foreign Affairs. Appeasement does not work. And if you want an object lesson on what a strong commander-in-chief looks like, take a look at the current resident of the Oval Office, President Donald J. Trump. Today, we have a greater chance that in the next 6 months we will see a new government in Venezuela, in Cuba, and in Iran. Than any time in our lifetimes. And look, I will admit there are 1,000 ways that could go wrong. But this is what happens when you see American strengths. And there are people that are trying to say Donald Trump is an isolationist. Anyone saying that has been in a coma the last 15 months. I will tell you this, at 3 a.m. on January 3rd, when our Delta Force apprehended Maduro, every Latin American dictator had to change his shorts. And America is safer, and the world is safer when the president is strong and our enemies are afraid of him. Let me finally say this, wrapping up. I look across this room. By the way, a lot of folks online were saying this room was empty. It ain't empty now. And I am encouraged by the men and women who are here because you are rising up to fight to defend our country. I will tell you, the left, they want to win in November. They want to take the House. They want to take the Senate. They want to impeach the president. They want to open the border. They want to defund the police. They want to tear this country down. And I am encouraged because I am gathered with warriors who are fighting for liberty, who know what you believe and who know what you are fighting for. And I want to say, equip yourself. Many of you know I do a podcast 3 days a week. It's called Verdict with Ted Cruz. We have millions of listeners across the country. I want to ask each of you to pull out your cell phone right now and text the word verdict to the number 24005. Let me give that to you again. The number is 24005. Text the word verdict, VERDICT. What you will get back is a link to subscribe for free to the podcast. And 3 days a week, it'll be downloaded to your phone. And the reason I do the podcast, today's podcast or yesterday's podcast, I finished at 3 in the morning. The reason I do it is to tell you what's going on, to bring you behind the scenes on the battles in the Senate, on the battles in the White House, on the battles in the Supreme Court, so that you know the facts and you can go battle. You can battle with your friends and neighbors. You can battle with your coworkers. You can battle with your crazy Uncle Joe at the Labor Day picnic. And you will be empowered with the facts and the truth. You will be empowered to stand up to the Islamists. And let me say this right now. Sharia law will never be allowed in Texas or the United States of America. I am inspired by every one of you. And as Jesus told us 2,000 years ago, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. We are going to preach the truth. We are going to do so with love, with a smile, with strength, and we are going to save the greatest nation in the history of the world, that shining city on a hill that is the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, how the Texas and Florida blueprint can save the midterms and America. Please welcome, from Florida, U.S. Representative Kat Comack.
Hey, y'all. Come on now, Texas. You can do better than that. Hey, y'all. Woo, yeah. If I have to channel my inner Ric Flair, you know I'm going to do it. Now, I'm out here in Texas to talk about how Texas and Florida are going to save the United States. See, in Washington, D.C., we call it Flexus, because our two states, we wrote the blueprint on freedom, on liberty, and on what you can do if you don't have a government that gets in your way. And so as we turn into these midterms, we're going to need to adopt some of the amazing things that Florida and Texas have done. And it starts with not being afraid. I know people in this room are here because you're patriotic, because you're not afraid. But let me tell you what, my good friend, Senator Ted Cruz, he just left the stage. Give it up for Senator Cruz. Now, I caught a clip of it, but were you guys here for the Prince of Iran? The Crown Prince? What did you think about him? It's pretty killer, right? Talk about someone who's not afraid. That's the kind of energy that we need going into these midterms. Because as our amazing president said, those people on the left, they're crazy. I may be a little bit bleary-eyed right now because I just voted on the House floor in Washington, D.C. until about midnight. I was there at midnight because the chicken craps in the Senate, they dropped a bill defunding our federal law enforcement. I don't know about you, but as the wife of a firefighter, as the wife of a SWAT medic, when it comes to our first responders, we support them, we back them, and we fight for them, right? And so in no way are we going to accept garbage from the Senate that says we're only gonna fund half of our homeland security. We're gonna lock the front door, but we're gonna leave the back door wide open. That's just fundamentally unfair to the amazing, hardworking men and women of TSA and FEMA and Coast Guard and ICE and CBP and Border Patrol. We will not do that. But you know, when you hear the president, particularly at the State of the Union, who watched the State of the Union? Now, did you think that that State of the Union was one of the best speeches you've ever seen? No, come on, you gotta do better than that. That was the best State of the Union we have ever heard. And you know, I had the opportunity to sit with my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, my conservative colleagues, but I decided I was gonna take a seat next to Senator Chuck Schumer on the Democrat side. Yes, I am the lady in red. Because we in this room and all across America know, and it seems to be the thing that they forgot, when it comes to America, we don't sit on our hands, we rise to our feet, right? And there was nothing better than continuing to jump up and applaud for amazing American heroes and amazing things that have happened in this country under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump, and to hear Senator Schumer talk crap under his breath. That just made me want to jump up and clap harder. They're the party that keeps gloating that they know that they're gonna win. Now keep in mind, this is the same party that has been telling us that they're the ones that actually champion women's rights. I can tell you, as a real woman, that the left would do anything to destroy women's rights in this country. They want boys and men in our locker rooms. Are we gonna stand for that? No. They want biological men to take trophies and scholarships and podiums away from our women athletes. Are we gonna stand for that? I didn't think so, and this is the best part. 2 weeks ago, the Democrats voted down a women's history museum because, get this, we wouldn't allow biological men in it. You can't make this up. Guys, I don't know what to tell you other than we have a country to save. Of course, you know that. You know that we have these midterms coming up that are incredibly consequential, and they're gonna say to women all across the country that it's them that's fighting for them. We know that's not true. And we're gonna start right now. See, the left has been trolling us on social media for the last couple of days, saying that CPAC isn't what it used to be, that the right isn't fired up anymore. You wanna help me send them a message? I thought so. All right. Y'all, on the count of 3, we are gonna do this. We're gonna send a message to the left that we are taking our country back, we are winning midterms, and there ain't a damn thing that they can do about it. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3, USA, let's go! That's right. USA, 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 USA. Woo, y'all. That's amazing. I'm going to post that all over social media and just brag on how good CPAC is this year. But when we turn the corner into these midterms, remember, Marco Rubio can't do all the jobs by himself. We are the cool kids on the block. We know what's up. Donald Trump is bringing a UFC fight to the White House lawn. This is it. Guys, there has not been that much swinging on the White House lawn since the Clintons were in office, okay? We got to get out. We got to do our job. We got to get all our folks out to vote, and we got to make sure that people know that we need Donald J. Trump to have not 2 years, but 4 years in order to get this country back on track. So are you with me? I didn't hear you. Are you guys with me? That's what I'm talking about, Texas. It is an honor and a pleasure to be with you. I am Kat Kamak from the great state of Florida. Y'all, God bless America. Take care.
Some wireless companies say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
Benjamin Franklin, your brother said he could use your help at his print shop. You have my blessing.
Gonna do good things, Pa! Great things!
From the oceans through the valley.
George Whitfield, you will be an extraordinary preacher. Remember the source of your power.
You don't believe the stories from London are true?
I am doubting Whitfield's claim that he can be heard and understood by so many. Without evidence, I won't believe it.
Let us proclaim freedom to the captives! Whom the sun sets free is free indeed!
Have you ever heard a voice like that? The blast from heaven.
Benjamin Franklin.
Reverend Whitfield, partnering with me would guarantee the maximum benefit to your cause.
A match made in heaven.
Or just a deal made in a print shop.
General George Washington.
Today, we stand in an even darker valley.
Survival of this country must be our chief concern.
This Constitution cannot fail. We cannot let the sun set on this nation.
You are lighting a powder keg, my friend.
When you follow him, you are led by love.
Why can't I get through to you? I choose evidence over faith. Stop trying to change me.
You have promoted the greatest awakening these colonies have ever seen.
You are the lightning bolt, George. I am just the lightning rod.
And who is the source, Ben?
Let them receive your gift of salvation.
One tiny candle illuminates 1,000.
Arise, O sleeper! Awaken!
Do you want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launchpad. This is your moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a candidate roundup. Please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
All right. We got one guy who's not tired yet. We got a long day of very important people coming your way. Now, I have to ask for your apology. Our schedule has been a hot mess, but mostly that's because Congress is a hot mess. And we are very appreciative for those senators and congressmen who, after late votes, hopped on airplanes, got through the security crisis that we're in and got here. So I'm glad that the good guys are showing up. Yes, Kat, I know. Good guys and good gals. I know. They're both showing up. And I asked this question yesterday, and I don't know if I said it right. Let me try it again. Do y'all like what's happening in the United States Senate? You had your coffee. The right answer. Do you ever look at the United States Senate and say, they talk good, they just don't act? They tell me what I want to hear, but it doesn't ever seem to happen, and they use all these complicated words as to why it can't happen. Have we had enough of that? Okay, so the next couple of minutes, we want to bring you two candidates who are in primaries, who need your help, and who are going to tell you why they're going to win their race and make a difference. The first candidate has a 97% CPAC score in the House of Representatives. Please give a warm CPAC welcome to Congressman Mike Collins.
What's up, brother?
All right, so the first thing, CPAC is endorsing Mike Collins to be the next senator from Georgia.
Matt, you don't know how much I appreciate that. Having your backing and the backing of CPAC means the world to me, because people understand that y'all are out there fighting for strong conservative values and putting good conservative people in office to represent us.
Okay, so we're tired of being told that great things are going to happen and they can't happen. What are you going to get done when you hit the United States?
Listen, the biggest thing that we can do over there is make sure that we can continue down the path of the America First agenda. President Trump's time is getting short, and you need to have people over there that actually have shown that they have had his back. We've done that. I've only been in one term for Congress in the U.S. House. And we've been able to deliver for the president. We've been behind him every step of the way. And I look forward to continuing to do that, to make sure that we continue to make America great again.
Is there a favorite United States senator that's there now that you're going to kind of like learn a little bit from?
You know, I think I kind of look at it the same way I did in the House. I pigeonhole everybody for different things, whether it's policy, whether it's rules, or whether it's just go up and get some grumpy advice from. But I look forward to working with anybody. I mean, I'll work with a dog if he'll work for my policy and pass it.
You know, if you're going to live in Washington, they say your only friend's going to be a dog.
Well, he could be.
Okay, so this idea, this radical notion that you should have an ID to vote.
Yeah.
Is that racist?
Coming from the state of Georgia? No. No. Y'all, we live in the best country in the world. Why shouldn't we have the most secure elections in the world? That's common sense. I want to tell y'all folks something. I hear that every day. There is so much up there that doesn't make common sense. Why we don't pass that just doesn't make common sense. If you have to have an ID to buy medication or alcohol or drugs, why shouldn't we have an ID just to go vote? It's not that complicated. And the only reason that we have this situation is because the Democrats want voters. At the end of the day, that's what they're looking for. It's to make sure that they have forced let these illegals just flood into our country. We fed them, we housed them, transported them around to the right cities, and now they want them to vote so that they can stay in power. That's why we need the Senate to step up and save this country by passing the Save America Act.
And which one of those nitwit senators that are from Georgia now are you running against?
You know, we're running against the trust fund kid. Guy's never had a real job in his life, John Ossoff. And he definitely, that's right, Well, it doesn't reflect the values of the state of Georgia as people. When you look at John Ossoff, a guy that, how in the world, could you believe that we had to vote for this mess? He actually voted to allow men to play in women's sports. I don't know of a single person in the state of Georgia that would say that they agree with that. And come November, we're going to send his butt packing. I don't know where he actually came from.
Now, what about all this, they say, special influence and all the big woke corporations? Is that the money you're using to get this seat?
No, you know what, Matt, we've had contributions from every county in the state of Georgia, from every state in the country, including the territories. This is a grassroots-run organization, unlike John Ossoff. Y'all realize over 60% of his money comes from those crazy people in California and those nut jobs up there in New York? That he's bought and paid for. And you don't think if they can get him reelected on this first time around, that he won't be bought, paid for, and California's third senator? He's already acting like that. He'll for sure be the third senator for California till the cows come home.
What do you guys think? Mike Collins for Senate from the great state of Georgia.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Matt.
That's good, right here.
They told me to.
Yeah. All right. So, you know, sometimes people can be in politics too long. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with what Rick Scott said, that maybe it's time to give term limits a chance? Do you think the Senate should be a turtle-free zone? Somebody got it. Our next speaker is running to be the next United States Senator from Kentucky. Nate Morris, come join us at CPAC. Yeah. All right, Nate, is that a little too harsh? Turtle-free zone?
Absolutely not. It's time we get rid of the stench and Mitch in Kentucky, right?
That's right. The people are long suffering. You know, people with Southern accents and all the outward appearances of people that are going to go scrape and fight tend to not. Why are you the person that will get it done in the United States Senate?
Well, first of all, Matt, I'm not a career politician. I've never run for office before. I'm proud that I'm a ninth generation Kentuckian. 19 of my family members worked in an auto plant, building cars and trucks in Kentucky. I built one of the largest garbage companies in the United States. And you all know this is a tough industry, the Tony Soprano industry. We need fighters. We need people that are willing to hit the swamp with everything they got. And that's why I'm in this race.
Has President Trump driven one of your garbage trucks?
Not yet. I'm hoping to make that happen soon.
The idea that you're going to go to the United States Senate without this political experience, without knowing how it all works, but you got this business experience, do you think that's a little like Trump?
Absolutely. I think the country is sick of these career politicians that have been taking advantage of you, the taxpayer, the people that send these folks to Washington. We got to have something totally different. I'm running to fill a seat that was occupied by a guy who's been there for over 40 years, before the internet was created. And I'm running against the guy that owes everything to Mitch. This is a guy we call Amnesty Andy Barr. This is a guy who Mitch has backed up the truck. And this has become a proxy war, Matt. Trumpism versus McConnellism in Kentucky. And I know Trumpism is going to win every time.
All right, we got 100 senators. We know that you don't want to follow the role model of the former leader. Is there a member or two that you look to and say, now that's a person that knows what we got to get done?
Well, I'm proud of my friends, Jim Banks, Bernie Moreno. These are the two senators that I look up to, I admire, and I think they've done an amazing job. They were with us from the very beginning. And these are folks that are getting it done, that are coming from the outside and standing with the president 100%. And we got to send people more in the mold of Trump and less in the mold of these career politicians like what we've seen with Mitch.
You know, rural America has taken it on the chin. We had Kelly Loeffler here earlier talking about the things we got to get done. Farmers, ranchers, people that have been looked down upon by the people in New York and Chicago and Washington, D.C. What's your message to red rural America?
Well, I'm proud that my family comes from Morgan County, right in the heart of Appalachia. These are the folks that came over the Cumberland Gap to begin Kentucky. These are the people that fight with everything they've got. These are the forgotten Americans that President Trump has given them a platform, given them a voice. These are the people that work hard every day, that come home with grease on their hands after working double shifts. And these are the people like my family that get hurt by bad trade deals like NAFTA and things that have taken our jobs overseas. And that's why I'm in this as a job creator. I know we can get it right, and President Trump is doing the right thing with his tariffs and helping to get back these manufacturing jobs so we can have a great American economy for the American worker once again.
Well, it shouldn't, she's very spunky. I love it. It shouldn't come as any surprise that CPAC is officially endorsing you for the United States Senate.
Thank you.
So Nate, go get it done.
Thank you.
What do you think? Mike Collins, Nate Morris. Can we get it done? Let's come get a photo. Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it for the two next most important United States senators. All right, cool. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
People suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to do it.
Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Women Warriors. Please welcome former U.S. Representative, the Honorable Mayra Flores. From Florida, U.S. Representative Kat Comack. And CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
All right, CPAC. We had to bring Representative Kat Comack back because she's so amazing. Isn't she amazing? She is the future of our party, as is Mayra Flores, who I just absolutely love here in Texas, just strong leaders. But we're going to have girl talk, nothing against the guys, because we love our guys, let me tell you. But this panel is called Women Warriors. CPAC has launched CPAC Women. We are holding our Women Warriors Conference in May. You are all invited to come. We are going to unite our conservative women and send a message to the Democrats that no more are you ever going to take advantage of women, because we stand strong for family and faith and for America. So let me start with you, Representative. You are in charge of the Republican Women's Caucus in the U.S. House of Representatives. What are you working on? What is the plan as we're going into the midterm elections?
Well, again, so good to see everybody again.
Again.
And right now I'm working on making sure my Spanx are tight enough to, keep me in this chair.
On like 4 hours of sleep, by the way, right? You're on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
Yes. But that's part of it, women, and certainly as mothers, we make it work.
Yes.
We make it work. But the thing that I am really fighting for is getting people to understand that women are not single issue voters. For as long as I can remember, the media, particularly the left, has always said that we cared about one thing. Every woman I know is a badass. And they care about national security. They care about border security. They care about low taxes. They want their kids to go to a school where they're not going to be indoctrinated. They want actual health care, not the garbage that Obamacare gave everybody. They have a whole laundry list of things that they care about. And what we're doing with the Republican Women's Caucus is we are elevating those profiles, we're addressing those issues head on, and we're making sure that the left can never come back and say that they're the party of women.
That's right. That's right. We got to take that over. It's a takeover. A takeover.
Yeah.
We got to bring women and court these women and let them know communism does not work, and that is exactly what the Democrat Party is. Mayra, let me go to you. As a Hispanic woman, this is something that is near and dear to our hearts, because we did see a large percent of Hispanics supporting President Trump, but it was mostly Hispanic men. What's happening with the Hispanic women?
Well, I believe that if we do not continue investing in the Hispanic community, we will lose the midterms in November.
Wait, say that again?
If we do not invest in the Hispanic community, we will lose the midterms in November. We will also lose a seat, a Senate seat in Texas, if we do not invest. And this is not my opinion. This is a fact. If you look at the census, if you look at the birth rates, we have to. There is no future for the Republican Party if we do not invest in the Hispanic community. And what I need Washington to do is to, thank you. What I need Washington to do is to stop dictating what we do, complement our work.
Yes.
Compliment what we do. Do not tell us what to do. We know exactly what to do to win the midterms. So I'm just here to tell you that we are the future. Invest in us. We are people of faith, family, and hard work. Just allow us to do what we already know what to do.
And we're working with in building out, and we have built out CPAC Latino as well. We do recognize that to win that Latino vote in the midterm elections in these critical districts, it's so important, okay? Because they love America. They want to raise their children to love this country as well. Many of them fled communism and socialism, and they want to preserve this great country. So it's our job to go out there. And they really truly are the swing voter, in my opinion. They don't necessarily align themselves with the Democrat Party, so it's a pickup opportunity for us. Walk us through issues that matter for women, because I know you talked about national security and economy, but as they're looking at what President Trump has been able to accomplish, what are those policies that really stand out to you?
Well, certainly, like I said, women are not single issue voters. And I have to keep driving that home because I cannot tell you how many times people have said the only thing that you should care about is abortion or breast cancer. To me, that both important issues that we need to talk about, but there's so much more. And as we look across the country and I talk to women, they're concerned about affordability. They're concerned about putting food on the table and making rent and the price of everything that we are basically working overtime to bring down from 4 years of disastrous policies from the Biden era. And a broken healthcare system. When you look at families and they're making decisions about healthcare, it's the moms. It's really the women in the family that are shopping the plans and taking the kids to the doctor. These are the things that we need to address. And let us not forget that the entire system has really shortchanged women across the board. And we heard from the amazing Dr. Bhattacharya, the administrator of NIH today. Only 9% of all of our research and development dollars that we spend in this country goes towards women's issues. 9%. That is an abomination. We really need to dig in and make sure that we're fixing these fundamental flaws in the system. And I think if we're talking to women, we're saying we're going to get government out of your way so that you can make the best decisions for you, your family, your kids. Like I said, they don't want their kids being indoctrinated at schools. And I think that we saw this huge wake-up call with COVID where parents were getting the homework and saying, what in the heck are you teaching my kids?
Yeah.
People are waking up, women are waking up, and it is 100% a fact that women are going to be the decision makers when it comes to this election in November.
Yeah. What do you think, as we're strategizing all in this room, what is the message that we need to be talking about when we talk to women?
Well, I've been watching a lot of Spanish media, Telemundo, Univision, radio, and what I have not seen is a spokesperson. We do not have anyone in the administration or in the GOP on these platforms pushing back the lies and the misinformation. Tell me why. It's 2026. Why does this administration not have a bilingual that can talk directly to the Spanish-speaking community? Because whether you like it or not, they vote.
Yeah.
And so Democrats are spreading misinformation, lying to the Hispanic community, and yet we have absolutely no one to educate the Hispanic community. So they're believing all these lies and all this manipulation. And I'm here to tell you, the Democrat Party wants you to be misinformed. They want you to be poor so they can continue manipulating you and telling you how to vote. We want prosperity, but in order for that to happen, we also need to step up and be in these platforms.
Right. And you got to understand, George Soros spent millions and millions of dollars, bought out the Spanish radio stations in these heavily Hispanic areas. One area in specific, Miami, they bought out Radio Mambi, which was the talk radio for Hispanics, especially Cubans in Miami, and tore it into pieces. So they have the leftists, they have a long-term plan to push this leftist propaganda into the Hispanic community, which I think is absolutely devastating and something that us as Republicans, as conservatives, need to take back. So I got to ask you here, Representative, there is this, we talked about this article earlier with Isabel Brown on this that came out about this, I regret becoming a mother. It really went viral, and it was a story of the woman who basically had the 1-year-old child, young child, and said, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to leave my husband, leave my child, because I got to live for myself. You're amazing. You have this newborn, not newborn anymore.
7 months.
7 months, beautiful baby. And you are really juggling this job in Washington and then raising this child. How do you do it?
Well, one, shout out to all of the amazing moms and grandmas out there.
Yes. And aunts.
Wow.
Yes.
Honestly, motherhood changes you. And it's so true what they say is that you don't know love, real, true love, until you look at your child. And I mean, it changes you in so many fundamental ways. And Washington and this job particularly, it's not built for women who have children, young children, I'll say. I'm only the 14th woman ever in history to give birth while serving. And when I, thank you. When I started talking to the speaker and the team about, hey, I'm going to need to nurse and, we'll have to figure this out with the vote schedule and stuff, I wasn't asking for special favors, but they're like, we'll figure it out. Well, by figure it out meant I had to figure it out. So I took over the ceremonial signing room. And when I say that motherhood changes you, it doesn't change you near as much as it changed Speaker Johnson when he walked in on me breastfeeding.
Oh, I could see his face. Oh, my.
Oh, it's a funny joke that we have now, but you make it work. Moms just make it work. Right. And I believe that representation in Washington shouldn't be limited to one particular season of life. In order to really effectually make it so that America is listened to and heard, we need to have people in all seasons of life, in every chapter of life. And so my little daughter, Augusta, I call her my road dog. She travels with me everywhere. She votes on the House floor with me. And I have an amazing husband. And my goal is to prove that women can do this at any point in time in their life. Nothing should hold them back, because we need more moms, certainly in Congress.
Yes, and I gotta say, as you all know, Matt and I, we have 3 of our 5 girls here. 2 are in college. They work with us. They really do. They work long hours with us and are just really such an instrumental part of really CPAC. And so I'm appreciative to my girls too. And Grandma Sue, who's here as well, Matt's mom, who's been wonderful prayer warrior for us. And so, Mara, I gotta ask you, we have this divide. The single women, heavily Democrat, I think went over, 58% for Kamala Harris in the presidential. I don't know why they would do that. And then married women, slightly more on our side, on the conservative Republican side. Explain the difference. What do you see?
Well, I think we shouldn't, judge women for being single. I think we all hold an important value. I think we shouldn't be competing with each other. I think single women and married women should be complementing each other. Yeah. We're not here to, fight amongst each other. We need to come together, because at the end of the day, we are all women. But I do see that, when you become a mom, it does change you. And it's a natural thing. It's an instinct, that there is no words to describe being a mom. You have to live it. Yeah. And until you become a mother, you'll understand. But, women have the right to decide if that's what's right for them, right, or not, right? My best friend doesn't want to have kids. She's a single mom, a single woman, but not married, and she's very happy and a strong conservative. Yeah. Because she cares about the economy, she cares about taxes, she cares about border security. She immigrated here to this country as well and did it the right way. Yes. So I just believe that we don't need to attack certain women just because they're married or not. Not. We need to complement each other and work together.
Okay, we're going to wrap up here. I want Myra first. Tell me, what do we have to do to make sure that women vote for Republicans in the midterm?
Well, I believe, as a strong conservative Latina, I think that this administration and the GOP needs to have a spokesperson that resonates with the Hispanic community, because at the end of the day, we are the future of the Republican Party.
Yes. Representative.
I couldn't agree more. I love Myra, and I think she is absolutely spot on with this. By the way, my guilty pleasure, telenovelas, La Reina del Sur, right?
La Reina del Sur.
Yeah, seriously, for real. Great show if y'all haven't watched it. But The most important thing that we can do, and particularly everyone in this room can do to ensure that women get out and vote, we can't scream into the echo chamber. We have to get out and talk to our friends, our neighbors who aren't here, the ones who maybe don't agree with us on every issue.
Right.
We have to get into the places and spaces that conservatives traditionally haven't gone. That's how we're going to keep the House, keep the Senate, and guarantee another 2 years for President Trump.
Yeah, and we're committed again with our CPAC Women's Coalition. Please join us. It's a powerful group to join, as we're really going to take on the Democrats on this issue. They are not the party of the women. They actually, I think, suppress the women in so many ways. And we got to make sure that we keep our families strong, our men strong as well, as we continue in this battle to save America. Thank you both so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside. This isn't coffee runs and busy work. It's war room strategy, boots on the ground execution, and front row access to power. The next generation of leaders starts here.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle for Brazil's future. Please welcome former Brazilian congressman in exile, the Honorable Eduardo Bolsonaro.
How are you all? Do you know why I'm doing this video? Because I'm showing to my father, and I'm going to prove to everybody in Brazil that you cannot shut down a movement by jailing unfairly the leader of this movement, Jair Messias Bolsonaro. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, to prove what I'm talking here, please, a very warm welcome to the next president of Brazil, Senator and my brother, Flávio Bolsonaro. Hello, everybody. Great honor to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know many of you are looking at me right now and thinking you recognize me from somewhere. You are probably thinking of my father, former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro. Here he is with Donald Trump at the White House in 2019. They called him the Trump of the tropics because he was loved by the people and cared their values without mincing words. Here, he's speaking from this very stage at CPAC 2023, when many of you gave him a standing ovation. And here, he's last week in the hospital where he spent his 71st birthday under arrest, sentenced to 27 years in prison, imprisoned for corruption. Like all Latin American leaders? No. Imprisoned and convicted for 27 years, the rest of his life by lawfare, almost identical to what Donald Trump suffered here in America. The formal charge is similar to what President Donald Trump faced, insurrection. Sound familiar? But the real reason is the same. The greatest political leader in my country is in prison for defending our conservative values without fear and opposing the system with everything he had. Thank you. My father fought against COVID tyranny. He fought against drug cartels. He fought against global elite interests, against the radical environmental agenda, against the woke agenda that destroy families, that above all, he fought for freedom. My father was also Donald Trump's ally and the last world leader to recognize Joe Autopen Biden as president. They tried to assassinate him, just like they tried to do with Donald Trump. They could not do it. And now, he's in prison, just like Donald Trump would be if you had not fought successfully to save him. We, Brazilians, are still fighting because when they imprisoned my father, they brought this man back to power. The same people who imprisoned my father took this man, socialist ex-president Lula da Silva, convicted multiple times for corruption, out of prison and put him back in the presidency. All of this under a flood of USAID money and massive interference from the Biden administration. The result? Brazil is living another devastating economic crisis, a public security crisis with huge expansion of narco-terrorist cartels and multiple corruption scandals involving even Lula's own family members. But maybe you are thinking, why should we care? This is Brazil's problem. Let me explain exactly why this matters to America and to the world. First, we don't think you fully understand the scale of what we are talking about. Brazil is larger in territory than the continental United States. We have 220 million people in a nation that is 90% Christian. We represent more than half of all South America in territory, population, and GDP. With all respect to our neighbors, just one Brazilian state has a larger economy than the second largest economy in the region. We control the world's largest freshwater reserves, vast agricultural lands that feed the world, and energy resource that could power continents. Even our neighbors know that our region cannot prosper if Brazil fails. Any Latin American policy that does not take Brazil into account is doomed to failure. But here's what should really get your attention. Brazil is going to be the battleground where the future of the hemisphere will be fought, because Brazil is America's solution to break independence on China for critical minerals, especially rare earth elements. Right now, America still depends on China for about 70% of rare earth imports, and China controls 70% of global mining and over 90% of refining and processing. Why does it matter? These rare earths are essential for computer processors and EA revolution that's transforming our world and the American defense equipment. Without these components, American technological innovation becomes impossible, and the production of the advanced military system that maintain American superiority falls into the hands of adversaries. Without them, America's technological revolution stalls and national security becomes vulnerable. And when America becomes vulnerable, the entire free world becomes vulnerable. So how has Brazil's relationship with the United States been since the man that Joe Biden and the American deep state worked so hard to bring to power through control? Lula and his party are openly anti-American. He speaks publicly about undermining the dollar as the global currency. He has aligned Brazil with China on a massive scale. He has opposite American interests on every single item of foreign policy, publicly criticizing President Trump's actions on Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, and the fight against drug trafficking. Most shocking of all, he has used heavy lobbying with certain U.S. advisors to prevent Brazil's two largest drug cartels from being classified as terrorist organizations. Yes, even according to a New York Times article published yesterday, the president of my country lobbies America to protect terrorist organizations that oppress my people, launder money, and export drugs and weapons to the United States and to the world. And just 2 weeks ago, as proof of how bad things have gotten, Brazil under Lula canceled the visa of Dr. Darren Beatty, senior advisor of Brazil policy at the U.S. State Department, the highest American diplomatic position for dealing with Brazil. Something unprecedented in our history. All because Dr. Beatty asked to visit my father in prison and evaluate his conditions. Yes, Brazil is now expelling American diplomats. Now, I understand President Trump is very busy making America great again and must maintain institutional relationships with leaders of every country, regardless of his personal preferences. And I know that sometimes, when surrounded by advisors with their own interests, the pictures gets blurred. But I'm confident that the greatest deal maker in history can easily see who Brazil's real allies are. But let me share the good news. I told you, we are still fighting. And at the end of this last year, my father gave me the greatest mission of my life, to run for president in his place in October 2026 elections. And let me look you in the eyes and tell you, we will win. I'm leading the polls across the country. I'm building a massive coalition. Business leaders tired of corruption, young people hungry for opportunity, families desperate to protect their children from drugs and crime. I'm building a movement Brazil has not seen in years, a cutting-edge conservative project that brings together the old and the new generations that will bring prosperity to the Brazilian nation and finish the cycle of misery and violence that the left is living as a cursed legacy. Just last week, even the prediction markets started putting me as the favorite to win the election. And when the Brazilian people, will once again have a president who fights against global elite interests, against the radical environmental agenda, against the woke agenda that destroys families, against drug cartels, and above all, fights for freedom and traditional values. A president who proclaims without fear that Jesus Christ is our Lord. Trump 2.0 is being much better than Trump 1.0, right? Well, Bolsonaro 2.0 will also be much better, thanks to the experience gained during my father's presidency. But America will also have its ally back. Brazil and America were made for each other. We share the same Judeo-Christian values, and we have what the order needs. America needs secure supply chains for critical materials, a reliable partner in the hemisphere, and a massive market for American goods and services. And Brazil needs three things: help fighting transnational drug cartels, investments, and technology. There is no nation in the world that can help us with this better than the United States. And we are aligned. No one can stop us. This is the fork in the road that America faces. Either you have the most powerful ally in the hemisphere, or an antagonist that allies with American adversaries and makes any American policy for the region impossible. So, some of you are asking how you can help. I will ask you directly. We don't want interference in Brazilian elections like the Biden administration did to bring Lula to power. As I said, I'm going to win because it's the will of my people. But for that will to be preserved, we need free and fair elections. And this is a great challenge. If our people can express themselves freely on social media, and if votes are counted correctly, we will win. My appeal here, not only to the United States, but to the entire free world, is this: watch Brazil's elections with enormous attention. Learn and understand our process. Monitor our people's freedom of expression, and apply diplomatic pressure so that our institutions function properly. Instead of the Biden administration interfering in our elections to install a socialist who hates America, applying diplomatic pressure for free and fair elections based on values of American origin. That's a good chance of foreign policy for the region, right? My father sits in prison tonight for the same beliefs you hold, but his sacrifice will not be in vain. Next year, when I return to this stage as President of Brazil, we won't just be celebrating another election victory. We will be celebrating the birth of the strongest conservative alliance in Western Hemisphere history. The beginning of a new era where freedom wins, where our children inherit a hemisphere worth defending. God bless America. God bless Brazil. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Texas, Representative Pete Self.
Fellow Patriots, there is an invidious virus growing right under our noses, a defining threat to Western civilization. The invidious explosion of Sharia across America. Let's begin with something fundamental, something that goes to the very heart of who we are as Americans, the rule of law. Sharia stands in direct conflict to our rule of law, but frankly, that's nothing new. Consider this story from our early days. On this exact date, March 28th, 1786, after Americans were taken prisoner by Barbary pirates, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams documented their meeting with Tripoli's ambassador, who proclaimed that it was written in their Quran that all nations that have not acknowledged the authority of Islam were sinners and should be made slaves. That was their right and duty under the laws of their prophet in the Quran to make war on all who do not acknowledge Islamic authority, to enslave prisoners, and that every fighter slain would go to paradise. That was then, and it remains today, a stark contrast of civilizations. One rooted in submission and domination, the other in individual liberty under constitutional law. America was founded on a timeless principle: individual freedom secured by self-government under a clear and supreme rule of constitutional law. As John Adams warned, our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Today, we witness the painful truth of those words. Multitudes arrive at our borders with no intention of assimilating into our culture or embracing founding principles of liberty. Sharia poses a unique and profound danger. It is far more than a personal faith. It is a comprehensive system of governance, culture, and domination that enforces submission through violence. All cultures are not morally equivalent. Whereas Christianity is a religion of peace, of reconciliation, of love, Islam is a religion of the sword, and it stands in direct, irreconcilable conflict with the maximum individual freedom at the heart of Western civilization and our Christian culture. Our rights derive from our Creator, not from any man-made supremacist code. America gladly welcomes those who come to assimilate and worship freely according to conscience, but we must never accommodate a system that demands the submission of every surrounding society. And Sharia explicitly requires precisely that. Our nation was founded on a simple but revolutionary idea that we would be governed not by kings, not by clerics, not by distant authorities, but by a constitution written by the people and for the people. And that document remains the supreme law of this land. Let me be clear at the outset. America is a nation of religious freedom. That includes Christians, Jews, Muslims, Hindus, and people of every faith or no faith. The First Amendment guarantees that right, and we must defend it always. But religious freedom does not mean replacing American law with any other system of governance, period. In North Texas and across the country, there are conversations about how international or religious legal traditions interact with our legal system. These are complex issues, and they deserve serious, thoughtful discussion. Not fear-mongering, not rhetoric, but clarity. But our Constitution is not optional. Our Constitution is not optional. It is not one system among many. It is the foundation upon which all other rights rest. When foreigners come to this country, they bring their traditions, cultures, and beliefs that are woven then into the fabric of America. Traditionally, assimilation into our civic framework, our shared commitment to constitutional law unites us as one nation. We cannot have parallel legal systems. We cannot have ambiguity about which laws govern our courts, our contracts, or our communities. We cannot. The rule of law must remain consistent, transparent, and rooted in the Constitution. G.K. Chesterton said, "A civilization is not destroyed by wicked men. It is destroyed by weak men who cannot defend what is good." So the question before us is simple. Will we defend our constitutional republic? Will we ensure that every generation not only understands their rights, but the source of their rights? Will we stand firm in the belief that American law, rooted in liberty, the value of every person, and individual dignity, must remain the governing standard of this country? I believe the people in this room will. But it is incumbent upon us to sound the alarm so the rest of America understands what is at stake. I believe here at CPAC, among leaders, activists, and citizens from across this nation, there is a shared commitment to preserving the constitutional order that has made America the greatest nation in history. I'm not so sure about others. With less than a minute to go, I'm going to move on. As I've said repeatedly, Sharia has no place in America. The urgency of this fight was laid bare in the opening days of March when a disturbing wave of Islamic-inspired attacks struck our soil. On March 1st in Austin, March saw multiple attacks linked to Islamic extremists in New York City, Michigan, Virginia, all in March, all in 1 month of March. The enemy is inside the gates, driven by a supremacist ideology that claims divine authority over our Constitution and justifies violence against those who refuse submission. And nowhere is this seen more than the treatment of women. Under Sharia, women are relegated to a second-class status. It explicitly permits wife beating as discipline. Imams have preached that women shall feel honored by beatings or liken them to livestock, cows, sheep, horses, or mules created solely for men's use. Sharia codifies female genital mutilation, forced child marriage, honor killings, half inheritance for women, and testimony worth half that of a man. In nations embracing these rules, from Iran's regime of terror to places where adultery brings stoning, apostasy, death, or public floggings, women live in chains. Even more horrifying, Sharia permits the rape and enslavement of non-Muslim women, with some scholars openly declaring it permissible under the Quran and Hadith. These are not some fringe opinions. They're preached publicly. Don't believe this is happening? Tell that to the thousands of British teenage girls groomed, plied with alcohol, gang raped by Muslim gangs, and then arrested by the police for being drunk in public, while the rapists go free. Let me repeat, the victims are arrested. This is Sharia. If you come here to be governed by the Constitution, not to replace it. That's not controversial. That's not extreme. That's American. And if we are not willing to say that clearly, boldly, and unapologetically, then we are surrendering the very foundation of our republic. We will not do that. Not in Texas, not in America. That is why 60 of us in the U.S. Congress, 60 strong, now form the Sharia-Free America Caucus, representing 25 states. 25 states. But I ask you, be aware, fellow patriots, get engaged against this extremist threat to our Constitution. Sign the Ban Sharia Pledge, which you can find at bansharia.com. Over my 25 years wearing the cloth of the nation's military, then as a county judge here in North Texas, and now as a member of Congress, I swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution multiple times. I cannot and will not allow our most precious founding document to be replaced. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
As conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the violent criminals off the streets, make sure that the people that are going to reenter society have a pathway to do so successfully, and that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives. The system is broken, expensive, abusive, and ineffective.
That's when I learned to fight. That's when I learned to fight and to uncover the injustices that happen. And the government shouldn't be allowed to break every single law in order to get a conviction.
History isn't written in the classroom. It's forged in the fight for freedom. At CPAC, you won't just watch the movement, you'll help lead it. From strategy sessions to national stages, your work will matter. This is where passion meets purpose and where interns become leaders. Step up, stand out, join CPAC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC board member Jerry Daniels.
Thank you. So the attack on our embassy in Benghazi was due to a YouTube video. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Russia, Russia, Russia. The Affordable Care Act. J6, of course, was an insurrection. The COVID shots were safe and effective. The Inflation Reduction Act. There is no election fraud. You're simply an election denier. And of course, the southern border is secure. These are just some of the lies the left has been peddling for the last several years with the help of the mainstream media. The most recent big lie? We are told that the efforts to strengthen election integrity, efforts like the Save America Act, are somehow comparable to one of the darkest chapters in our history. That requiring identification to vote or proof of citizenship is not about fairness and security, but about exclusion. Chuck Schumer has labeled the Save America Act as Jim Crow 2.0. Jim Crow is not a random comment. He's stating that very clearly that voter ID and proof of citizenship to vote in America is racist, specifically against Black Americans. It's one of the most racist comments I've ever heard. Chuck, are you telling me that everyone, or that every Black American are too dumb to get an ID? Or are you stating it's a socioeconomic issue and that poor Black Americans can't get an ID? Either way, your comment is ignorant, racist, and not fact-based. Due to population differences, there are literally twice as many white Americans living in poverty in the United States as there are Black Americans. White Americans living in poverty that receive some sort of government assistance is estimated to be between 50 and 70%. To receive that assistance, each of those individuals had to show an ID. In the Black community, it's estimated that between 60 and 80% of those living in poverty receive some sort of government assistance. Based on this information alone, you could argue Black Americans living in poverty have no issue getting an ID and might even have IDs at a higher rate than poverty-stricken white Americans. To suggest that requiring identification is inherently discriminatory is to underestimate the capability, dignity of millions of Americans, citizens of every background, Black, white, Hispanic, rich, poor, navigating daily life with identification requirements. My point is this: virtually all Americans want fair elections in the United States where only U.S. citizens can vote in our elections. And no amount of gaslighting or lies in front of a microphone will change that. To the Republicans, you have a chance to prove that to all Americans that we live in a representative republic where our elected officials serve the will of the people. This topic is not controversial. 179 nations around the world require voter ID. America is the exception. Is Chuck Schumer suggesting that all the countries are racist? That's preposterous. 36 states in the U.S. already require ID to vote, while only 10 do not require any form of ID. Does anyone in this room find it odd that the states that do not require any form of ID are almost all Democrat-run states? States like California, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Maine, and Connecticut? At its core, this issue rises above party lines. Americans want confidence in their elections, they want transparency, and they want fairness. And above all, they want to know that their voices matter, that their vote is not diluted or disregarded. If the Democratic Party was concerned American elections were not truly representing their voters' intentions through voter fraud or non-citizen voting, and that it negatively affected their ability to hold office, what measure would they be willing to do to right that wrong? Well, we all know the answer because we witnessed it when the Democrats modified the Not So Affordable Care Act to get everything they wanted despite literally zero Republican support. So don't we have to ask ourselves, why would any Republican senator not be in favor of passing the Save America Act? Perhaps the only issue in decades that has vast bipartisan support from the American public. Do we truly have a two-party system, or is it a uniparty, as many claim? I guess we'll find out. America is either a representative republic or it's a banana republic. Republican senators that will finally disclose the truth to Americans. So which is it, Senator Thune? If you don't act, America will be almost impossible to recognize in 2028. To Vice President Vance, the real leader of the Senate, if Senator Thune won't do his job, you must step in as a true constitutional leader of the Senate and reinstate the talking filibuster. You must force every U.S. senator, Democrat and Republican, to go on record with the American people on where they stand on fair elections in the United States where only U.S. citizens can vote. If the Save America Act passes, then there's hope for the future of our republic. If it doesn't get passed, despite the overwhelming support of over 80% of the American public, it will be interesting to watch incumbent senators from both sides of the aisle try to raise money from the same people they refuse to represent. To all those elected to serve, this is your moment. The American people are watching. They are not asking for perfection. They are asking for integrity. They are asking you to not act in the interest of party, but in the interest of country. Pass the Save America Act now. Thank you.
Applauds President Trump's courageous decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country particularly concerned for severe religious freedom violations. Wide sections of Nigeria are led by jihadists in titles which seek to wipe the globe of Christians and Jews, and their vile actions must be countered. Persecution defines nations like Nigeria, China, North Korea, Pakistan, and elsewhere. Thousands killed, millions displaced, churches and synagogues burned, and believers imprisoned simply because of their faith. We urge leaders of other countries to follow President Trump's example, impose stronger sanctions on persecuting governments, increase funding for global religious freedom initiatives, and ensure military and diplomatic tools are fully deployed to protect vulnerable believers. The crisis demands urgent, escalated action. No half measures when lives and eternal souls are at stake.
CPAC strongly demands the implementation of strict nationwide photo voter ID as the essential safeguard of election integrity and democracy. Requiring government-issued photo identification at the polls is not voter suppression, but common sense that every legitimate democracy uses to ensure only eligible citizens vote. Voter ID is the global standard, with 176 countries and jurisdictions requiring it. The few U.S. states that still refuse any voter ID requirement are all socialist, Democratic-controlled strongholds such as California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, revealing exactly who benefits from weaker verification and eroded public trust.
All languages, all shades, and all ethnicities understand that you have to have voter ID to have democracy.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp, and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
We go all the way down?
I don't know.
Wow, you guys still have energy? That's amazing. That's amazing.
Isn't my wife beautiful? Come on.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
We've reached that point in CPAC where we're almost at complete spiritual and mental exhaustion. But we're going to hang in there because we have something really special to do. And I'm supposed to have a teleprompter that isn't working.
You might have to improvise, Schlapp.
So, Mercy, what do you have? Here we go. Okay, should we start over again? No, that's right. Okay, so do y'all like law enforcement? Do you think we should fully fund ICE? Does CPAC back the blue?
Yes.
All right, so this is the right time. Before we go any further, we want to recognize and thank those who have kept us safe, not only for years, but over the last few days. Local, state, and federal law enforcement officers who have been doing their duty right here in Grapevine, Texas.
That's right. Yes.
There we go.
And this year, especially their service, sacrifice, and professionalism, it deserves our gratitude. And now more than ever, our law enforcement, they need our support.
Come on, CPAC, put your hands together. Welcome to the stage. Grapevine Chief of Police Mike Hamlin and Deputy Chief of Police Mark Shimmick.
Woo! Come on this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of the City of Grapevine, the Grapevine Police Department, welcome to Grapevine, Texas, and the great state of Texas. For the past 6 months, our department has been working closely with the CPAC team, our state, our local, and our federal law enforcement partners to ensure a safe and secure event for this community and for everyone here today and this week. Now, it has truly been an all-hands-on-deck effort, and we are proud to serve, we are proud to protect, and we are proud to help make this conference safe and successful. Now, but looking at this team behind me, I think we need one more person to help make it complete. And that's not just any person. Someone with courage, someone with heart, and someone with a serious commitment to service. So today it is my honor to welcome a very special guest. Please welcome our SWAT team, accompanied by DJ Daniel and his dad.
Don't do this every day.
Slide over here.
DJ, 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 DJ. DJ, woo!
Now, folks, we're fixing to swear DJ in.
Let's go.
So, DJ, if you'll turn and raise your right hand, and if you'll repeat after me, and I'm going to go slow, my friend.
Yes, sir.
I, DJ Daniel.
I, DJ Daniel.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Or affirm.
Or affirm.
That I will faithfully.
That I will faithfully.
Execute the duties.
Execute the duties.
Of the office.
Of the office.
Of police officer.
Of police officer.
Of the state of Texas.
Of the state of Texas.
And will.
And will.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Preserve.
Preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
And the laws.
And the laws.
Of the state of Texas.
And the state of Texas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Chief, I got a question.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorary Officer DJ Daniel. You can speak.
You notice that's a little bit too tall for me, right?
Say that again?
You know that's a little bit too tall for me, right?
How about this?
I ain't trying to make fun of myself, but I'm like a little dwarf. Wow, I was not expecting for this many people to be here, especially my top favorite two people right here in the blue and the red.
We love you, TJ.
And my dad is here too. Oh, I just forgot to mention this. My other friends are over here. Just to let you know, if you would like that, raise your hands. Because I don't like to leave nobody out, just saying. And I did say my dad is here. And just to remind y'all folks, I wouldn't be here if my dad didn't sign me up for experimental medicine. So can you do me a favor and give him a round of applause? You want to say, dude, you want to say it or you want me to say it?
Go ahead, you say it.
And my dad is running for District 18, just to let you know.
Smart boy. 147.
That's okay.
You want me to say the other part or no? And he's running against Jolanda Jones, the first, and she always puts out she's the first gay lesbian. Ain't nobody need to know about that. That's too much information.
Back to the script.
But Chief, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
After I get sworn in, did you bring the donuts? But the thing is, I want glazed donuts. I don't want powder donuts because I'm not trying to be looking like Dave Chappelle when he got pulled over.
Well, officer, there'll be time for donuts later, but we need to get to work.
Yeah, I don't even know why I said donuts because I'm getting a little bit chunky, as you can see.
All right, thank you, TJ.
Oh, and I forgot to mention my other friend is right here. If you would like to raise his hand, he's got the black cowboy hat.
All right, we're ready to go.
Ready to go to work? Let's go to work.
Yes, sir, but I got a question. You sure you're ready for this question? Because I'm pretty sure everybody gonna bust out laughing.
Let me have it.
How much are you paying me?
I don't really understand.
Oh, I just realized this. There was no point in asking that question because I haven't got to work yet.
Let's get to work.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I thought I was getting sworn in. I didn't know this was America's Got Talent.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You have to say it.
You ready to go to work?
We're gonna go.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
Tell him some words of encouragement. Thank you.
Trouble and vote for my dad. And vote for my dad because he's been through hard times.
All right.
And before you go, I don't really like saying this, but can y'all say my dad's name? I'm just gonna say it like this. Can y'all say Theodis Daniel?
Theodis Daniel.
Let's go.
Good job.
Love all y'all.
Not working.
CPAC unequivocally condemns Sharia law as a barbaric, theocratic, and totalitarian system that is fundamentally incompatible with individual liberty and Western civilization. Sharia denies equal rights by prescribing cruel and unusual punishments, including stoning, amputation, and flogging, and seeks to replace secular democracy and constitutional governance with Islamic religious rule. We are alarmed by its growing global influence and its creeping encroachments around the world, including in the West. As we meet in Texas, we acknowledge that the Lone Star State has become the frontline defense against this threat. In the March 2026 GOP primary, Texas voters delivered an overwhelming mandate by approving Proposition 10 with nearly 95% support, declaring that Texas should prohibit Sharia law. CPAC stands firmly and unapologetically against any imposition of Sharia law in freedom-loving countries.
How are we going to run around here?
CPAC strongly supports President Donald J. Trump's decisive leadership in restoring stability, sovereignty, and democratic accountability throughout the Western Hemisphere. After years of neglect that allowed hostile regimes, transnational criminal organizations, and foreign adversaries to expand their influence, President Trump has reasserted American strength. From confronting the socialist dictatorship in Venezuela and standing with the Cuban people, to challenging the authoritarian regimes in Nicaragua and beyond, his administration has made clear that America will not surrender to tyranny, narco-terrorism, or foreign powers seeking to undermine freedom. President Trump's policies have strengthened border security, disrupted human trafficking networks, and reduced the chaos that destabilizes nations across the region. The people of the Western Hemisphere deserve freedom, security, and opportunity, not exploitation by authoritarian regimes or criminal networks.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the CPAC straw poll. Please welcome CPAC board member Jim McLaughlin and CPAC chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
Here.
All right, Jim, this is our annual showing of the numbers. What do the people of CPAC think?
Yep, and look, first of all, I want to thank you for filling out the poll. We had a record number of people this time, Matt, actually take the poll during a non-presidential year. So the response is just incredible.
Do you have to have ID to vote in the CPAC straw poll?
You have to have ID.
Good.
And we check ID.
Good.
Unlike, by the way, I've heard rumors, some of these other straw polls, you can vote multiple times in them, not in the CPAC straw poll.
And let it be known that ICE was on the spot when we conducted our CPAC straw poll. There's nothing wrong with that.
And then some, and then some. So with all that being said, just so you know, we had over 1,600 people actually do the CPAC straw poll. And like I said, that was a record turnout. And it's always great to have your voices be heard. So with all that being said, you know, it's funny. We're in our little bubble here at CPAC. Look at some of the things the media has been saying about us, okay? This is going to be really interesting. The fake news, what they've been telling us about us. Republicans turn on Trump at CPAC. Can't stand the guy. The war in Iran is driving generational divide between MAGA men at CPAC. Are we seeing that? And this one was good. The Republican divide on Iran. Trump's decision to go to war loomed over the Conservative Political Action Conference. The confab has often served as the sort of MAGA pep rally with near universal support for Trump and his agenda. But this year, the conference laid bare the rift among Trump's MAGA base over the Middle East conflict.
And that's from the Wall Street Journal.
So with that being said, by the way, this next question, I'm going to rat you out here. This was Matt's question. And what we said to folks is many supposed conservative leaders and influencers are creating unnecessary controversy and division in the MAGA movement in order to get the attention and make money, which will hurt the conservative movement. President Trump and real MAGA conservatives in November in the political elections. So what folks are thinking right now is the media is telling us there's all this dissension, there's all this divide. What do you guys tell us? You agree with that. You agree not that there's dissension, not that there's divide, but the truth is they're trying to sabotage America First and Republicans in the upcoming elections. You folks are way smarter than the media is, and then some.
This is why, Jim, what's our theme? Actions over words, and that's why you've been hearing from speakers like Keith Self and Fighting Sharia in Texas who are getting stuff done.
All right, we're going back. I just gave it away. There I go again. But they're telling us Donald Trump is unpopular with CPAC. They're telling us he's unpopular with conservatives. 96% approval rating. 84% strongly. When Matt goes to dinner, okay, with his wife and his 5 daughters, he doesn't get a 96% approval rating.
Never.
Not even close.
No.
And you look at it, it's just incredible the support that President Trump maintains in spite of what we're being told by the quote-unquote talking heads. It really makes me wonder what some of these quote-unquote MAGA people are actually thinking. And I think at the end of the day, they're really not MAGA people. All right? So how do they feel about the job that our vice president is doing? 92% approve. 78% strongly approve. So excellent numbers. And again, you don't see that, trust me. Back in the old days when we used to do CPAC straw polls, you know, the Bushes and whatnot, they didn't have numbers like this. I mean, it's not even close. All right, so where are we with Speaker Johnson? 84% approve, 9% disapprove, 55% strongly. And look, it's a tough job being a leader in Congress. The fact that among the base, the Speaker has an 84% approval rating says a lot about the job he's doing. Now next, Leader Thune. 57% approve, 29% disapprove.
We kind of know what that's about.
Okay. All right. You know, so we're getting there. All right. This was one of my favorite questions. And we gave you a first and second choice. We said, who were your favorite members of the cabinet? Who? By the way, I could always just walk around here and I could get a pretty darn...
You don't actually have to do the straw poll to know what's going on.
Marco Rubio. Pretty amazing. 60% said he was either their first or second choice as most favorite member of the cabinet. Then you have Pete Hegseth at 35%, RFK Jr. at 18, Scott Bessent 14, you have Tulsi at 11, Pam Bondi at 9. Interesting stuff. You know, top 5, got a couple former Democrats.
I was going to say, top 5, you got 2 former Democrats, 2 people who CPAC recognized first and invited them to the dance first, and they're doing a great job.
Not to mention top 7, 3 women. It talks about the diversity and the openness of the conservative movement, and then some. All right, which leftist, this was another one of Matt's questions, which I kind of like. Which one of the leftists do you think are the most articulate?
Who's the most articulate leftist?
You know what I thought was interesting? 19, you got a lot of people saying unsure and none. So, what was that? I'm not going to repeat that one.
We could have asked you for what is the best adjective for the most articulate leftist.
And then so.
You could have won that.
So they're saying Gavin Newsom, Zohran Mamdani. By the way, as you can probably tell by the accent, I live in the New York area. It is amazing the ride that the New York City press gives Zohran Mamdani. They think he's wonderful. Poor New Yorkers and then some. All right, now I've heard this rumor, Matt. There's actually a U.S. Senate race here in Texas, a U.S. Senate primary?
There is, yeah, there is. And does the Senate really matter these days? I mean, is there any important legislation before it?
These people tell us the Senate actually matters, and then some. We're going to get to that, too, in a little bit. But all right.
How did it go when we asked those questions?
And by the way, the only way you could vote is if you were a resident of Texas. And here's how it went. Ken Paxton, 67. John Cornyn, 21.
So we told you that we played it fair. He came out.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you.
Must be nice to get a standing ovation before anyone's even said your name. But you know, we played it fair. We invited you and your opponent, the incumbent, John Cornyn, to speak at CPAC. We put out your voting records. You have 100% voting record in our CPAC scorecard. You showed up to CPAC just like you showed up to every major fight that Texas has had, that every major fight Donald Trump had, literally for decades. And so it's my honor as the chairman of CPAC and Jim's honor as one of our board members to say we officially endorse Ken Paxton to be the next senator in Texas.
Thank you. Congratulations. Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I want to thank all of you for that endorsement, because that's really what it's all about. It's about the people of Texas and the people of Texas wanting somebody that is going to represent them. And I think it's indicative of the problem with John Cornyn that he wouldn't come to what I think is the largest grassroots event in the last year in Texas, and he wouldn't even show up. That's the first problem. And I think you can see the second problem occurred just in the last week or so when they and actually it just happened, they left for recess without passing the Save America Act or funding Border Patrol or ICE. That's indicative of the entire problem. So, look, we can win this race. I need your help. I need you all telling every friend you've got, every family member. May 18th through the 22nd is early voting. May 26th is the vote. Get your friends out. I believe this audience can make the difference. So I'm asking for your support. Let's get rid of the guy that represents Washington, and let's put somebody in that represents Texas. God bless and thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
You know,
we got some more work to do here, huh?
We got more work to do. You never know who else is going to show up on the stage with us. Now, you also have a Attorney General's runoff here. So here's the results. 87 for Mays Middleton, 7% for Chip Roy. Always interesting. Always interesting. And then I'm also reading stuff in the media. They're telling us there's this big movement within the conservative movement that is anti-Israel now. I just hear it from the media, but we asked you guys about it. We wanted to know what you guys thought about it. I'm sorry, we did the Ayatollah first. They put this in a different order for me. You're supposed to be against the Iran war. Well, 89% approve of our military action there. Seventy percent strongly approve. By the way, I think when the media write these stories, they speak to each other. They don't speak to the people in this room. Which, speaking of, now we're going to go back to Israel. You guys are all supposed to be anti-Israel, right? 85% say Israel continues to be one of the United States' most important strategic allies in the world. 60% strongly believe it. And God bless Benjamin Netanyahu. God bless the Israeli people. They do a lot of our dirty work, as well as the dirty work of the rest of the world, and we're going to owe them a deep, deep debt of gratitude. 2028. Who do you prefer in the Republican primary? J.D. Vance at 53%, Marco Rubio at 35%. But by the way, the interesting part about that is everybody else is about 2% or less.
Yep. And look, I think that CPAC has a strong tradition of letting these folks come here, make their pitch. That'll happen at all the events we have around America over the coming year. It's going to be a great conversation about how do we keep all of this rolling.
Yeah, without a doubt. We got to keep it rolling and then some. And then the next question after that one was this, and this was another Mac question. All right, we asked, is Donald Trump the best president in your lifetime? %94 agree with that, 80% strongly. That's pretty amazing. You know what? I was scared because I'm going to have to go back to the president with these numbers. And thank you for making my job really easy, and then some. But all kidding aside, one of the other questions we didn't show here was over 90% of you told us that it's imperative, it's important for us to keep the majorities in the Senate and in the House. And that is without a doubt. Because what's the first thing they said they're going to do if they get the majorities? What are they going to do? They're going to impeach. They're going to try to put Republicans in jail again. They're going to open up the borders. They're going to try to give you the largest tax increase in American history. So we can't let that happen. And thank you for everything you did back in 24. But as the president said the other night, these are the most important elections in our lifetime.
All right, Jim.
That's it.
That's the end?
That's it. That's the end. And oh, by the way, we believe in nothing but transparency. So within a couple hours, you just go to the website and they'll have all the results from all the questions up on the CPAC website.
Give it up for Jim McLaughlin, one of President Trump's pollsters. Thank you for voting. Democracy is alive at CPAC and in America. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Debanking is a threat to American freedom, and it's why Old Glory Bank exists. With conservative co-founders Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich, and board member Sean Spicer, we offer full-service online banking in all 50 states.
America needs a place like Old Glory Bank because people need to have an institution that they can trust in, an institution whose values correspond to their values.
Old Glory Bank, fortifying the new freedom economy.
Texas Values is the largest organization in the state of Texas that focuses on the issues of faith, family, and freedom in the arenas of the courts, legislature, and the media.
We also were able to pass meaningful pro-life legislation.
Thank you guys for the work that you do, Jonathan, on the front lines, on the ground.
That we preserve our values and that we teach about these things in our public schools.
No woman in Texas should be made to feel unsafe in their private space.
Every year, many tons of chemically tainted medical waste, human remains, placenta, and blood are flushed into U.S. water systems because of chemical abortion pills. These pills bypass essential medical waste regulations. When a mother takes the first chemical abortion pill, mifepristone, a large percentage of the dosage goes to her uterus to target the baby, blocking the hormone progesterone, which starves the baby. But it doesn't end there. The metabolites from mifepristone remain active after the child has died and are expelled during the abortion into the toilet or bathtub. These metabolites are known to be powerful endocrine, aka hormone-disrupting chemicals, and are ending up in our waterways to be recycled as drinking water, as well as our streams and waterways, which are used to irrigate and fertilize agricultural land. In a first-of-its-kind national study, these hormone-disrupting metabolites were found in the tap water in major U.S. cities, far exceeding the EPA's safe limits. Let's make America healthy again, and start with ending chemical abortion pill water pollution.
The golden age is a choice.
A choice to cherish the greatest gift we've been given.
Waking up every day an American citizen. It flows from our founding fathers.
Through our grandparents.
Through our parents.
Through us.
To future generations.
Our heritage is our future.
The golden age is a choice.
Let's choose well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is CPAC Poland. Please welcome CEO TV Republika, Tomasz Sakiewicz, Program Director TV Republika, Michael Rakon.
Hello, CPAC. Great to have you here. Great to be here in this beautiful place. My name is Michael Rakon. I'm a member of Telewizja Republika. This is Tomasz Sakiewicz, CEO of the biggest conservative television station, news station in Europe. Actually, the only conservative news station in Europe. So let me introduce you, Tomasz. Tomasz had a very easy choice last week. He could either be today at the prosecutor's office in the liberal left globalist prosecutor's office in Poland, being prosecuted for organizing CPAC in Poland last year, or be here with you. So he obviously chose to be here with you. Tomasz, yeah, big clap for Tomasz Sakiewicz and millions of our viewers. Ladies and gentlemen, Tomasz did something profound, something incredible. He built the biggest European conservative station on one thing: solidarity of millions of Polish people under attack of leftist, liberal, globalist government of Donald Tusk. He did that on funds of regular people, members and Polish citizens, and we would like to say big thank you for the people who are directly funding the only conservative media in Poland. Many thanks and big clap, big applause. But we could build Telewizja Republika on solidarity movement tradition and on freedom tradition and tradition of big friendship between Poland and America. And this is the foundation and basis of our TV station, of our existence. Tomasz Sakiewicz, CEO of Telewizja Republika.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody.
I see the representative of different nations, wonderful nations, great nations, but there are two nations who always live in friendship. Do you know what are the nations? Polish and American people. Woo! We always separate ourselves. We always help ourselves. We always fight with the same enemies. From the time what the United States was established, we are in the union in the heart, and union the real. During communist time, Ronald Reagan for us means hope for freedom. And freedom comes to Poland. Of course, we still must fight for freedom in the United States, in Poland. You have more easier because whole your government separate freedom. And we believe that whole our government separate freedom like our president, who will be next moment. But what's important, we not only live in friendship, we cooperate as a nations, but we have a chance, big chance now, because our presidents live in friendship, they know themselves and they understand ourselves. It's important. It's the meeting of real friendship, friends, and a real nation who wants to live in friendship. It's important, because if we understand ourselves, we can do more. That's why we invite you for the new CPAC this year. And it will be a big meeting of different nations, but majorly Polish and American, who wants to cooperate, who wants to fight for freedom and fight for everything what's important for human people.
Ladies and gentlemen, late September this year, Rzeszów, Poland, you are all invited, be there, and remember, once you are there, we are building a great friendship of freedom-loving nations all over the world, because globalists and leftists, they build their international connections of George Soros and stuff. We have to build our connections against them. We have to go after them, attack them, and never get back and never let them win. Let's go to Poland. See you in Poland.
Invite you.
CPAC Poland, September. We all invite you. Ciao.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp, and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
All right, great.
Where are you?
We're always to my left here.
Well, first of all, it's wonderful to see our friends from Poland. Thank you for being here. What an honor. You know, as we've taken this journey around the globe, Mercedes and the CPAC board and our CPAC team, we've learned a few things. And we've learned that people are incredibly concerned that America is slipping. They're incredibly concerned that Americans don't understand how special this country is. We were able to have a CPAC in Poland literally 5 days before their crucial election. It wasn't really our event. It was the Polish people's event. It was their event, the Freedom Lovers, to try to do the improbable. Can you imagine, have you ever heard of this political story? A candidate comes from nowhere, who's an outsider, who hasn't done it before, and has the courage to say, I want to change my country. That's what happened in Poland. Now, the Polish history is a beautiful history. It's a tough history. It's a history riddled with disappointments. But the modern chapter of the Polish history is a brave people that would not succumb to communism, that listened to great forefathers like the great John Paul II. Put God at the center, and they never, never, never gave in. Now, what's going on in America? Freedom lovers around the world are watching America. They're watching Mayor Mondami. They're watching AOC. As Poland shed its communist past, America is now flirting with a communist future. And it's an important moment for our country to hear from one of these unique fighters for freedom in Europe who is saying no to the globalists, no to Brussels, no to the UN, no to the WHO, and yes to freedom. It's our great honor for CPAC USA to introduce the President of Poland, Karol Nawrocki.
Dzień dobry. Matt, Mercedes, thank you very much for all you're doing. Thank you for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear American patriots, it is a true honor to stand here with you in Texas, a land that symbolizes what America is all about, a strength, independence, and pride in your nation. I bring you greetings from Poland, a country that understands what freedom truly costs and why it must always be defended. This year, in just a couple of months, the United States will celebrate 250 years of independence. 250 years ago, your founding fathers made a bold choice, a one full of uncertainty. They rejected tyranny, they rejected control from afar. They chose liberty, responsibility, and sovereignty. And by doing so, they changed the world. But let me tell you something that matters deeply to us in Poland. You were not alone in that fight. When America fought for independence, Poles stood shoulder to shoulder with you. Tadeusz Kościuszko and Kazimierz Puławski, Polish patriots, soldiers of liberty, fought for American independence. Both devoted their lives to the same ideal, the defense of freedom. And there is one more story, less known but also important. Chaim Salomon, a man born and raised in Poland, who lived in New York City. When the Continental Congress was running out of money, Chaim Salomon helped finance the American Revolution. He used his own resources to keep the cause of freedom alive. He did not fight with a sword, rifle, or cannon. He fought with commitment, with trust, with belief in the future of a free nation. This is also part of our shared history. Polish heroes did not only fight to America, they helped build it. They came because they believed something simple and powerful, that freedom anywhere is worth defending everywhere. And that And ladies and gentlemen, and as I'm standing here, I can state with certainty that this belief still connects and resonates in our nations today. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland and the United States are not just allies. We are nations built on the same idea. The government should serve the people, not rule over them. That freedom must be protected, not managed. That tradition matters because it gives meaning to freedom. In America, these ideas were shaped by your founding fathers. In Poland, they reach back centuries to a time when we built one of the first republics in Europe, where power was limited, where citizens had a voice, and where liberty was part of our identity. We are two nations, two continents apart, but rooted in the same Christian civilization. And today, that civilization is unfortunately under pressure, not just from outside, but also from within. We hear voices telling us that patriotism is something to be ashamed of, that borders don't matter, that faith should be pushed out of public life, that tradition is something to be erased. You hear it here in America, we hear it on the other side of the pond in Europe. But let me say this clearly, a nation without identity is a nation without a future. And I'm sure that we in Poland and here in the United States will not allow that to happen, because we know something that many elites have forgotten. Freedom does not survive on its own. It needs strong families, it needs strong communities, it needs people who are willing to defend it. Once more, thank you, Matt. Thank you, Mercedes. We also know that threats to our way of life are not just cultural. They are real. They are geopolitical. They are dangerous. In Europe today, we face an aggressive Russia, a regime that invades its neighbors, a regime that destroys cities, a regime that believes power gives it the right to dominate others. And today, that same regime tries to tell the world, we are the defenders of traditional values. This is a lie. Russia does not defend conservatism. Russia represents corruption and violence. True conservatism respects nations. True conservatism respects human dignity. True conservatism believes in freedom under law. We also see other threats. The regimes in different parts of the world spreading instability and terror in their respective regions and beyond. These authoritarian powers that want to reshape the world not around freedom, but around control. And in the face of these threats, we have a choice: to stand divided or to stand together. Poland has made its choice. We stayed with the United States just like we always have. "250 years ago, during the First and Second World Wars, in the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attack, not because it is convenient, but because it is right. Because you know, ladies and gentlemen, alliances are not built only in conference rooms and behind closed doors. They are built on the battlefield. They are built in moments of courage. They are built in moments of sacrifice, including the courage and ultimate sacrifice shown by the 66 Polish soldiers who gave their lives in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Poland and the United States have stood side by side, not only in history, but in our own lifetime. We stood together in Afghanistan. We stood together in Iraq. At sometimes, that partnership is written in the most powerful way possible, in blood. Let me tell you a story. Not long ago, in the White House, a solemn ceremony took place. The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously to Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis, who gave his life in Afghanistan. But he did not give it for his own countrymen. He gave it to save a Polish soldier, Lieutenant Karol Cierpica, my friend. In a moment of ultimate courage, he stepped forward. He took the blow meant for another man, a Polishman, a brother in arms. The very same day that the Medal of Honor was bestowed upon Staff Sergeant Ollis by President Trump, Poland honored him as well. Because Poland remembers, because Poland understands what that sacrifices mean, because Poland knows that freedom is never free. You cannot build a stronger alliance than this. This is not politics. This is brotherhood. This is what binds Poland and the United States together, not just as allies, but as a family. May Michael Ollis rest in peace. May the 66 Polish soldiers who gave their lives for freedom and the thousands of heroes from both our nations who made the ultimate sacrifice rest in peace. Let's respect them together, ladies and gentlemen. Let me add something important. The challenges we face do not come only from outside. In Europe, they also come from within our own community. Let me be clear. Poland made the right decision in joining the European Union, and we want to be a part of the EU. I believe and I hope the majority of my compatriots share this view, that Poland has a voice and the right to speak up. For the past 20 years, we have been part of the EU, and now it needs urgent repair. We see policies We see policies that, however well-intended they may be, risk weakening the very foundations of our strength. We see even more powerful bureaucrats making decisions that go against common sense. And instead of strengthening Europe, they weaken it. I'm talking about energy policies that move too fast, with no regard for economic reality and energy security. There are migration policies that fail to protect borders and social cohesion. There are moves to centralize decision-making, sidelining nations, and democratic accountability. And sometimes we see ideological projects that move us away from the values that built our Christian civilization, rather than reinforcing them. I believe that Europe and America are strongest where they respected their nations, when they respect their traditions, when they listen to their people. Poland is committed to transatlantic realm of strong nations, and not a one that forgets where its strength comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland is a success story of freedom. Just one generation ago, we were behind the Iron Curtain, a communist system. But that was not our choice. After World War II, Poland did not regain its freedom, even though we fought on every front of the war. Unfortunately, after the brutal German occupation, another occupation came, this time imposed by the Soviet Union. And that occupation lasted almost 50 years. But let me tell you something important. The Polish people never accepted it. Never. Even in the darkest times, there were those who refused to surrender. The Kars soldiers, underground fighters, or General Ryszard Kuklinski, who helped expose Soviet plans to attack NATO countries. In doing so, they not only defended Poland's future, but also built the foundations of the future Polish-American relationship. There was also a man who reminded the world who we are. Pope John Paul II. And finally, a movement that changed history, Solidarność. And yes, we were fortunate enough to have friends beyond our borders, leaders like Ronald Reagan, who had the courage to call evil by its name. Together, through faith, courage, and solidarity, we regained our independence. And today, Poland has become one of the fastest growing economies in Europe. Our GDP has reached over $1 trillion. Think about that. In one generation, we went from communism to prosperity, from control to opportunity, from dependence to strength. A nation finally free to realize its full potential. And this did not happen by accident. It happened because we chose freedom, because we chose hard work, because we chose strong partnership with the United States, our European allies, and like-minded partners around the globe. And this partnership is not just words, it is action. We believe in our Polish-American alliance, but we also believe in the North Atlantic Alliance, the most powerful military alliance in the history of the world, led by the United States. I agree with President Trump when he calls on European countries to increase their spending on our shared security. Yes, Europe must spend more. Yes, Europe must take greater responsibility for its own security. In Poland, we understand this. That is why we stand as the Eastern Guard of Europe, of Western civilization, which we defend against tyranny, lies, and violence from the East, from Russia, though not only from there. But we will not accomplish this great task alone, nor even in cooperation with the United States alone. We need our allies, we need their commitment and their sacrifice to preserve freedom. That is why we need to develop and strengthen NATO. Today, Poland is one of the strongest allies of the United States in Europe. We invest in our military. We invest in our military because we know peace requires strength. We spend 5% of our GDP on defense. We invest billions of dollars in American-made military technology, including F-35s that are produced here in Texas. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, we host thousands of American troops because we believe in real alliances, not symbolic ones. And let me say this clearly. We host American troops on the shoulders of the Polish taxpayer because we understand what solidarity means. We understand what border sharing means. We do not just talk about alliance. We pay for it. We support it. We strengthen it. And when American soldiers walk the streets of Polish cities, towns, and villages, they are not strangers. They are welcomed and respected. For the first time, I would like to emphasize this. For the first time in history, Poles are glad that foreign troops are stationed in their country. Polish and American troops stand on the front line of NATO because we understand what is at stake. But our cooperation goes beyond security. It includes energy independence. For years, some European states in their navy decided to depend on unreliable partners who use energy as a weapon. Poland said no. We chose diversification and cooperation with the United States. And together we are building something even bigger. The Three Seas Initiative, a project that connects countries from the Baltic to the Adriatic and the Black Sea. It is about infrastructure, it is about energy security, it is about economic strength, but above all, it is about freedom. For the past 10 years, we have been turning this vision into reality. We are the fastest growing region in Europe. We have invested billions of euros in roads, railways, broadband networks. We are doing this to create stronger connections and better opportunities for the 120 million people of Central and Southeastern Europe. Because a region that is connected, developed, and independent is a region that cannot be controlled by authoritarian powers. President Donald Trump understands it. In 2007, Poland organized the Three Seas Initiative Summit in our capital, in Warsaw. President Trump was there to support the initiative. He also gave one of the most memorable speeches in our recent history. Your president is a true friend of Poland, but he is also a real fighter. President Donald Trump fighting for a better life for the American people, including the nearly 10 million Poles who have made America their home. We need leaders like him, leaders who put the people first, protect the jobs, defend families, and secure the future. Dear friends, we are living in a moment of decision, a moment when the future of our civilization will be shaped by the choices we make today. Will we defend our values or abandon them? Will we stand strong or step back? Will we remember who we are or forget? Poland has made its choice. We choose sovereignty, we choose to respect tradition, we choose freedom. 250 years ago, Americans proved that freedom can defeat tyranny. Decades ago, the people of Poland and other countries in Central Europe proved it again. And today, it is our responsibility to ensure that this story continues. Not just for us, but for our children, for our nations, for the future of the free world. So let me say this clearly here in Dallas, Texas. When Poland and America stand together, freedom wins. When we stay true to our values, freedom wins. When we have the courage to defend what matters, freedom wins. Thank you all. God bless Poland. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the alliance between our great nations. Thank you.
Applauds President Trump's courageous decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country particularly concerned for severe religious freedom violations. Wide sections of Nigeria are led by jihadists in titles which seek to wipe the globe of Christians and Jews, and their vile actions must be countered. Persecution defines nations like Nigeria, China, North Korea, Pakistan, and elsewhere. Thousands killed, millions displaced, churches and synagogues burned, and believers imprisoned simply because of their faith. We urge leaders of other countries to follow President Trump's example, impose strong. We urge leaders of other countries to follow President Trump's example, impose stronger sanctions on persecuting governments, increase funding for global religious freedom initiatives, and ensure military and diplomatic tools are fully deployed to protect vulnerable believers. The crisis demands urgent, escalated action. No half measures when lives and eternal souls are at stake.
CPAC strongly demands the implementation of strict nationwide photo voter ID as the essential safeguard of election integrity and democracy. Requiring government-issued photo identification at the polls is not voter suppression, but common sense that every legitimate democracy uses to ensure only eligible citizens vote. Voter ID is the global standard, with 176 countries and jurisdictions requiring it. The few U.S. states that still refuse any voter ID requirement are all socialist, Democratic-controlled strongholds such as California, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, revealing exactly who benefits from weaker verification and eroded public trust.
All languages, all shades, and all ethnicities understand that you have to have voter ID to have democracy.
CPAC unequivocally condemns Sharia law as a barbaric, theocratic and totalitarian system that is fundamentally incompatible with individual liberty and Western civilization. Sharia denies equal rights by prescribing cruel and unusual punishments, including stoning, amputation, and flogging, and seeks to replace secular democracy and constitutional governance with Islamic religious rule. We are alarmed by its growing global influence and its creeping encroachments around the world, including in the West. As we meet in Texas, we acknowledge that the Lone Star State has become the frontline defense against this threat. In the March 2026 GOP primary, Texas voters delivered an overwhelming mandate by approving Proposition 10 with nearly 95% support, declaring that Texas should prohibit Sharia law. CPAC stands firmly and unapologetically against any imposition of Sharia law in freedom-loving countries.
CPAC strongly supports President Donald J. Trump's decisive leadership in restoring stability, sovereignty, and democratic accountability throughout the Western Hemisphere. After years of neglect that allowed hostile regimes, transnational criminal organizations, and foreign adversaries to expand their influence, President Trump has reasserted American strength. From confronting the socialist dictatorship in Venezuela and standing with the Cuban people, to challenging the authoritarian regimes in Nicaragua and beyond, his administration has made clear that America will not surrender to tyranny, narco-terrorism, or foreign powers seeking to undermine freedom. President Trump's policies have strengthened border security, disrupted human trafficking networks, and reduced the chaos that destabilizes nations across the region. The people of the Western Hemisphere deserve freedom, security, and opportunity, not exploitation by authoritarian regimes or criminal networks.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maha's leader, a fireside chat with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
Wow. I think you got a very loud cheer. I would say almost as loud as for President Donald J. Trump, right? All right, Mr. Secretary, I'm just gonna call you Bobby, because I feel like you're part of like our kitchen table every day when I have to decide what food our kids are gonna eat. I shared with the Secretary this story where when my girls were little, a neighbor brought them donuts and they came running to the house and told their dad, "This is the best tasting bagel I've ever had." But I really want to start with your incredible successes. Seriously, what you have done to shake up HHS, Health and Human Services, is remarkable. Talk about those successes and then what your top priorities are going into the next 3 years.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here, Mercy, and thank you all for being such a welcoming audience.
We love you.
Did you ask what our success has been today?
Yes, what have been your successes?
I mean, I think the food pyramid was really important because for 50 years, the government has been lying to us about food, about what food we should be eating. When I got into office, a week after I got into office, and Brooke Rollins and I were sworn in on the same day.
Yes.
And it's our responsibility of our agencies to sign off on the dietary guidelines. The dietary guidelines we got from the Biden administration that they'd been working on for 4 years were 453 pages long. And they were written by industry lobbyists. And they reflected the mercantile impulses that had put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid, which is not even a food.
Really?
Yeah.
Fruit Loops
was at the top.
Oh my, okay.
And so we flipped the food pyramid. We brought in the best nutritionists in the country from a dozen universities, medical schools, and we gave a science-based food pyramid for the first time. We restored protein.
Yes.
And those dietary guidelines are going to change the dietary culture in this country in a couple different ways. One is, particularly USDA gives huge food subsidies out, $405 million a day, to WICs, to Head Start, to food stamps, and to a lot of other programs. And now the food is going to change there. The food is changing in our military. Pete Hegseth has brought in this extraordinary chef called Robert Irvine, and he's already changed the food. And I'll tell you something. He's changed the food on 5 of the biggest bases. By the end of this month, it'll be in 20. So it's all fresh, really high quality food.
And this is for our military.
For our military.
So we're taking care of our military. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Who's stronger, you or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth? Come on, tell us, who's stronger?
I think he's got a couple of, a couple of pounds on me.
All right, well, I'm going with you, Bobby. I'm going with you.
Anyway, he brought in Robert Irvine. At the military bases, only a third of the food was getting eaten because it was so appalling. And the troops were going out and buying food at McDonald's or fast food places, which is not cheap food.
Right.
It's $12 to $14 for a Big Mac meal. He's now changed the diet completely. All the troops are now eating. There's lines around the block to get into the cafeteria.
Yes.
And the military budget for food is $18.50 a day per soldier. Oh, that's for 3 meals. He's feeding them all for $10 a day. And so,
wow. So we're saving money.
It's good food, yeah. Good food is actually cheaper if you cook at home. The problem is Americans need to cook at home, and we have a program now that is teaching because people have forgotten.
Right.
And that's important not only because it's important to get food, but also gives you time with your family. It's a sacred ritual. It's been around forever.
Right.
And we've lost that, and we have now a spiritual malaise in our country. Is a crisis of loneliness, of atomization, of fragmentation. And one of the ways that we need to bring people back together is for having this day, encouraging people to have this daily meal ritual. We've done the first test in Operation Stork Speed on the baby formula. So we're going to have the best information now about baby formula by the end of this month.
So for your moms out there, this is what they're working on. They're taking out these chemicals and these preservatives out of baby formula.
And we're, for the first time in 30 years, we are revising the nutrition standards so that we're going to have good nutrition in the baby formula, as close to breast milk as we can get. We've gotten rid of the 9 synthetic-based food dyes.
Yes.
We've gotten the medical, 54 in the medical schools have now agreed, and many more are coming on every day.
They give 40 hours of nutrition training in medical school. The testing companies, the MCAT testing companies, are going to put nutrition on the MCATs for the first time, so the students will actually want to do it. And we have 20 states that have now passed MAHA legislation to require nutrition training and continuing medical education. And we've done a lot of things. I think, one of the most impressive things that we've done, thanks to Chris Klomp, who's now running the agency with operations, the agency for me. We got through the MFN, the most favored nation status, so that we have been paying the highest price for medicine in the world in this country. We make all the medicine, we pay for the innovation, and we pay in some cases 10, 13, 15 times what they pay for the same medication in Europe. It's made in a factory in New Jersey. And now we're going to pay the lowest prices in the world, and you can already get those.
That's amazing.
And then we're doing, with this week, we passed new regulations that are going to require hospitals to post their pricing. So we're going to have price transparency, and the insurance companies. So we're going to have price transparency. If you go to a restaurant, you can see what the price is before you order a meal. If you go to a car dealer and he tells you, you can buy this car, but I'm not going to tell you what the price is until after you bought it, you would not buy that car. But that's how every hospital in this country works. If you're a pregnant woman, you could go 9 months making phone calls every day and not be able to figure out how much they are charging you, that a hospital is charging your insurance company for childbirth. We're going to have a website now that has the price of everything on it. So if you want to get an MRI, it will tell you on one page what the cost is of that MRI and all of the different concierge services and medical centers around you. I looked at pregnancy in New York. A mile around Manhattan, there's 30 hospitals. The lowest cost one was $1,350 for childbirth. The highest cost was $22,000. In Detroit, the lowest cost was $6,000. The highest was $60,000 for the same service, the same quality service. The only way you get that price chaos is if you don't tell people, if there's no market and you don't give consumers an ability to shop. This is also going to dramatically lower the cost of medicine. We've gotten 80% of the insurance companies now to agree to eliminate prior authorization in almost all of their procedures.
Right.
Oh, you will know, and this is one of the most frustrating things. If you're a patient, you go to the hospital, the doctor tells you you need a knee surgery, and it takes you 6 months to find out whether your insurance company is going to authorize it. Now you will know at the point of care before you leave that doctor's office whether or not the procedure is authorized.
Can I? Okay. All right, CPAC family, that's just in 1 year. Okay, I'm just exhausted by the long list of accomplishments. It's remarkable, the work that you all are doing. Seriously, we applaud you. We applaud the president. Now, you went through a recovery program yourself. You struggled with addiction. And we saw that the president signed this Great American Recovery Executive Order. Talk to us about that.
Well, the executive order basically requires us to revamp the recovery programs in this country. The federal investment in recovery in this country to make sure that it works. You know, one of the things that I learned from my own experience with addiction recovery is addiction is a disease of isolation. People who have this disease end up in either bathrooms or jails, institutions of death alone. They cut off their relationships with their families, their friends, their community, and isolation drives addiction. And we have an epidemic of isolation now in our country. The ultimate way to deal with that is to reconnect people with community and reconnect them with some kind of spiritual motivation. So, in the 12-step, one of the seminal milestones of the 12-step movement was a meeting between a Rhode Island millionaire called Roland Hazard, who was very close to Bill Wilson, who's the founder of AA, and Carl Jung. And Roland Hazard had been to see him many times about his alcoholism, and each time he felt he was cured, he'd leave, and then very soon he'd be drinking again. He finally came back and confronted Jung. And he said to Jung, is there any hope for anybody like me who has my level of alcoholism? Jung told him, no. And Hazard then pushed him and he said, have you ever seen it happen? And Jung said, the only people who can recover, who have your level of addiction, are people who have a profound spiritual realignment. And the 12-step movement was, the 12 steps are designed to induce a spiritual awakening. It's a movement that's devoid of religion, but it is intensely focused on spirituality to change who you are. I believe that I was born an addict, that I'm hardwired to drink and drug myself to death. And in order to overcome that kind of biological drive, you need a spiritual fire.
Yes.
And one of the things, one of the unfortunate choices they made during the Biden administration was to exclude faith-based recovery programs from federal funding. I had a friend who wrote me this week, a friend from California, who wrote me about her son, and she said that he had been thrown out of a recovery program in California for talking about God. So this is counter to everything that we know about recovery, everything science will tell us about recovery. And one of the things that we're doing as a result of President Trump's order is we're bringing faith-based recovery back into a recovery. Yeah. The other thing is that we are transitioning now to outcome-based care. It's a very fragmented system. So you go into a detox, you're arrested on the street or brought in from the street. You go to a detox, then you go to a rehab, and then you go to sober housing, and then you get a job. None of those agencies are talking to each other. So President Trump asked us to bring in everybody, the Department of Labor, Department of our department at HHS, Department of Housing, and to coordinate so that we can follow the addict throughout this whole process. So nobody's responsible for that addict. Everybody is just checking boxes. And like the rest of the medical system, everybody has an incentive to keep that addict sick. If you're rehab, you get paid for 28 days. If that addict goes out and drinks or drugs again, you get another bite at the apple. So every time he goes out and relapses, you make more money. So you have no incentive to make that guy healthy. And one of the things that we're developing now is a way for that rehab to be responsible for that addict for a long period of time. For example, 2 years. So that any time that he relapses, they have to treat him the next time for free. That will provide an incentive for them to maybe keep him longer the first time, make sure he's in an IOP, make sure he's getting aftercare, and take responsibility for his recovery, because they're going to make more money if he recovers than if he doesn't.
So how many Maha moms are out there? Where are my Maha moms? What advice can you give us in raising, what advice do you give the Maha moms, the Maha parents who are trying to raise healthy children in this environment?
I mean, I would say, listen, I'm a parent, I have 7 kids.
You beat the Schlaps. We've got 5.
It is a competition.
Well, you'll beat me with the weights. Don't worry about that part.
But, for me, everybody has their own strategy, and every child is different. There's no cookie cutter for any child. This is one of the things I've learned as a parent. Each child requires something different. But I think the biggest threats that we're facing now are cell phones and social media. And we have legislation that we're working to pass in almost every state. I think probably about 18 states have already passed it, bell-to-bell restrictions on cell phones. And I was at Loudoun County in Virginia the other day where they have those restrictions. Originally, the children were up in arms about it.
Right.
But I went into the cafeteria, and there were 600 kids in there, and they're all talking to each other. Nobody's looking at their lap.
Yes.
And the testing scores have gone up. The disciplinary problems have gone down. The parents were there the day that I went, and I pulled them, and they loved, and they said some of them said their children are no longer using their cell phones in their car, and they come home and have dinner with the families, and they're actually talking to them because they learn that they can exist without them. And, there's all kinds of problems with cell phones, including radiation problems, and I would tell you, don't ever let your child go to sleep with a cell phone next to their head. And I've done a lot of litigation on this, and the science is overwhelming. 10,000 studies that we brought to the Court of Appeals in Washington. The radiation is very, very bad, and it's really troubling that, we have less regulation about it in this country than any other country in the world. For me, I lived in the country so I could get my kids outdoors a lot. And I could make sure they did a lot of physical activity. And then I was not that focused on their food, but if I had to go back and do it again, I would be laser focused on what they're eating.
Great advice. Great advice. So, you have a famous last name, right?
Yes.
Right. You went from being a Democrat to being an independent to being part of President Trump's greatest cabinet. You put principle over party. And I will say a story on when we had a smaller event. It was just a smaller group of investors for CPAC. We invited then presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., to speak to our investors. And I remember our investors were like, what? What do you mean he's coming? We were like, just listen to him. Just listen. And after you spoke, they were so impressed and they wanted to meet you and they knew that you would be doing something great. And you are. So as CPAC, I think, found Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., tell us why this change from this evolution, I would say.
Well, first of all, my father, and I remember him talking to me about this. He said, you should always vote for the person, not the party. He understood that partisanship was bad for our country,
yes,
and it makes you dishonest. Because it forces you to apply a double standard, and that's always dishonest, and it's unfair. But one of the reasons that I ran is because I just saw that the Democratic Party had lost its bearings. The only issue that really united the Democrat was Trump derangement syndrome, and I noticed this very early because I was raised in a Democratic Party that was very opposed to NAFTA. And then in 2016, when President Trump came out about NAFTA, the Democrats suddenly became pro-NAFTA. And then
It's true.
during the war, you know, I, like President Trump, was opposed to the Ukraine war. It was it could have easily been settled. There were two opportunities to settle it and keep Ukraine intact at the very beginning. And President Biden actually made Boris Johnson go over there in April of 2022 and tear up a treaty that was already signed by both sides. And so I was very much against the war. President Trump and the Democratic Party has always been the anti-war party. And President Trump came out against the war, and the Democratic Party became the pro-war party. You know, my uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX. So, you know, to make sure that women could play sports. And the Democratic Party suddenly became the party that didn't like women's sports anymore, that said there shouldn't be any women's sports. It should be, you know, for everybody. On freedom of speech, you know, I was one of the first people to be censored by President Biden 37 hours after he got into office. He made, and we now have the emails because of the lawsuit that I brought and that Missouri brought. He made Mark Zuckerberg take down my Instagram account with 1 million followers on it. I never said one piece of disinformation. Everything I wrote on that account was cited and sourced to public databases or to peer-reviewed publications. And then the Democratic Party has always been skeptical about the intelligence agencies, but once the intelligence agencies began attacking President Trump in an organized, systematic way and trying to undermine him, they became suddenly pro-intelligence. And at their convention, right before they introduced Kamala Harris, they had the CIA director speak, which was unheard of a Democratic. Well, the only thing, it became very clear to me, the only thing that was holding them together was their hatred of Donald Trump.
Yes.
And as it turns out, you know, by that time, I had realized that Donald Trump was on my side on virtually every issue, and that we were aligned on those issues. And I was very grateful when he offered me to join the campaign. I had been, you know, I've talked about this before. I've been watching this deterioration in the health of our children, the rise of chronic disease, since 2005. And I had 11 siblings, 70 first cousins. I never knew anybody with a peanut allergy. I never knew anybody with eczema. I never knew anybody with autism. And I was raised on the front line of intellectual disabilities. I was working as a hugger and a coach in the Special Olympics. And when I was 8 years old, before it, when it was still called Camp Shriver, we never saw any kids like that. And suddenly they're everywhere. Every classroom had an EpiPen in it. And nobody was talking about it. And when I started talking about it, I got censored. And I prayed every day for 19 years that God would put me in a position to change this. And in August 2024, God sent me Donald Trump. And, you know, and President Trump in June had put out a tweet about the chronic disease epidemic in kids that I could have written. And so when he invited me to join his campaign, I was, you know, I was just inclined to do what I could and to trust that this was the path I was supposed to be taking.
Last question. Last question. You're with the president. You go to these cabinet meetings. You're in the meetings. You're in the room where the action, the decisions are being made. Tell us about that relationship with President Trump.
Well, let me just say this. President Trump is exactly the opposite of everything that I believed him to be. I basically drank the Kool-Aid that he was this, bombastic narcissist who didn't read books, was ill-informed. And then, now I know exactly the opposite. He's the opposite of a narcissist. He's an empath. You will see that every time he talks about the Ukraine war, he talks about the casualties on both sides. You will not hear any Democrat ever talk about that. And he talks about the Russian kids who are dying. He gets the reports every week, and they make a huge impression on him about the death rates. 1,000 kids a day are dying over there. My son fought in Ukraine, and he's the only member of his military unit who survived. And he understands that these are people's children. And he talks about that. And then also, he has encyclopedic molecular knowledge on this wide range of very, very eclectic interests. Music, Broadway shows, pro wrestling, football, every sport, golf, and business and Wall Street. He knows how everybody made their money and what deals they made. And he tells stories all the time about it. It's just one after the other. And one time during the campaign, I was on the airplane with them, and we were sitting across the table from each other, eating McDonald's, drinking Diet Coke. And we started talking about Syria, and he got a placemat, and he turned it on its back, and then he took a Sharpie and he drew a perfect map of the Mideast. And then he put the troop strength of every country on every border on that map. And it just, it challenged a lot of the assumptions that I had been told about him. He has, he has this extraordinary depth of knowledge about what's happening in each one of the agencies, my agency and the others. And, and then he has an instinct for making good choices.
Well, I have to say that.
And I would say this. I think my uncle, John Kennedy, understood the uses of power better than any president who has preceded him. I think Donald Trump understands the use of power better than probably any president that we've had, at least since Roosevelt and maybe in American history.
I'm going to add one more, and I know I just have to ask this. If your dad were alive today, what would he say about you and what you've done?
I mean, everything that I've done in my life and the choices I made in my career are choices that I think my father and my uncle would support. I think that if they were around today, that they would be making the same kind of choices that President Trump is about Iran, about Ukraine, about trying to raise up the middle class. I'll tell you something that, I grew up in a Democratic Party when the Democrats owned 30% of the wealth and the Republicans owned 70% of the wealth. And today, it's exactly the inverse. The Democrats own 70% of the wealth, and the Republicans own 30% of the wealth. And the Democrats are no longer on the side of the middle class. They're contemptful of it. And President Trump is completely committed to farmers, to firemen, to police, to people who are working in this country. And that was the Democratic constituency that I grew up with.
Well, I want to say God gave us President Trump, and I'm so glad God gave us you to serve our country. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Percy.
All right. Was that a phenomenal interview? I mean, he's amazing. Let me call on stage my fabulous husband, Matt Schlapp. Come join me. Anyways, we have our CPAC Maha Coalition. Join our CPAC Maha Coalition. We're doing a lot of great work alongside with Bobby, my new friend. I'm so excited.
Bobby.
Wow,
that was a great interview. She's like a beautiful Barbara Walters. She just pulled it out of him. It was great. All right, so are we all committed to people who are of action and not of talk?
Yes.
About action over words?
Yes.
We have a big election in November?
Yes.
Right? And next year at CPAC, the battle is on. Which state is redder, Texas or Florida? Next year in April, we are going to be in Orlando, Florida. I personally will not be going to Disney, but there are other great things to do in Orlando, like play golf and everything else. Thank you. God bless you. Please give a warm appreciation for the entire CPAC volunteers and staff. They did a great job.
Thank you. See you next year.
God bless you all.